scheduled meeting of the City of Redondo Beach Planning Commission on Thursday, March 18th at 7:01 p.m. This virtual meeting is held pursuant to Executive Order N-2920 issued by Governor Newsom on March 17th, 2020. Could we have a roll call, please?
Yes, of course. Commissioner Godek?
Here.
Commissioner Berg?
Here.
Commissioner Ung?
Here.
Commissioner Strutzenberg?
Here.
Commissioner Topero?
Here.
Commissioner Hensley?
Here.
And Chair Elder.
I am also here. Commissioner Strutzenberg, would you lead us in a salute to the flag, please?
Absolutely. Everyone would mute before we stand up and place our right hands over our heart. Muting just helps. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for that, sir. Figure I had to take advantage of you while we still can. Is there a motion to approve the order of the agenda?
So moved by Commissioner Strutzenberg.
And I'll second that.
Motion by Commissioner Strutzenberg, seconded by Commissioner Topero to approve the order of the agenda. I will do a roll call vote. Took notes of who's logged in first. Commissioner Berg.
Yes, I approve.
Commissioner Ung.
Yes.
Commissioner Topero.
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley.
Yes.
Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Yes.
Commissioner Godek.
Yes.
And I will also approve the order of the agenda, so it is unanimous. That brings us to blue folder items. These are items that are additional backup material to administrative reports and or public comments received after the printing and distribution of the agenda packet for receive and file. And there were quite a number of blue folder items. Is there a motion to receive and file?
So moved by Commissioner Strutzenberg.
I'll second.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Strutzenberg, seconded by Commissioner Topero to receive and file our blue folder items. Commissioner Berg.
Yes, approved.
Commissioner Ung.
Yes.
Commissioner Topero.
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley.
Yep.
Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Yes, and I'd like to make a brief comment after everyone else has voted.
Okay, Commissioner Godek.
Yes.
I will also vote yes. The motion passes to receive and file. Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Yeah, I don't know if everyone noticed, but in the second round of blue folder items that came out late this afternoon, there were two documents. One of them was the PDF document that had, let's see what the title of it was here. The appellant's clarifications. I don't know if everyone caught in there that there were comments inserted that very lightly showed up in yellow and you had to hover over them to see them. Did everybody catch those? Scroll down to about, say at the top of the third page, you'll notice a very small light yellow rectangle there, or square.
I'm sorry, which file?
It's the one that's titled BFJ.1 Appellant's Clarifications to Admin Report PC.
Depending on your PDF viewer, some will show comments and some won't.
This was the one sent at 2:09 p.m., right?
I'm sorry, Chantel, what was that?
That's the one that was sent at 2:09 p.m., the very last one?
Yes, it was. There were two documents in that last blue folder email. It was one of those.
I got it at 4:18, additional blue folder item. I have blue folder items at 2:10 and additional blue folder items at 4:18.
Okay, it'd be the 4 o'clock one then. Thank you, Matt.
Yeah.
Matt, did you see those in there, those comments? Did they show up in your PDF viewer?
I had to click on them. If I clicked on them, I got a little box that showed the comment. So I was able to see them and read the comment.
I just wanted to make sure. I didn't see those at first. I wanted to make sure everybody saw those because that was the intent, I believe, of the appellant, was to get those comments read by the commissioners. That was it.
Thank you for those patients. That brings us now to the consent calendar. These are business items, except those formally noticed for public hearing or those pulled for discussion are assigned to the consent calendar. The commission members may request that any consent calendar items be removed, discussed, and acted upon separately. Items removed from the consent calendar will be taken up under the excluded consent calendar section below. Those items remaining on the consent calendar will be approved in one motion. The chair will call on anyone wishing to address the commission on any consent calendar item on the agenda, which has not been pulled by the commission for discussion. Each speaker will be permitted to speak only once, and comments will be limited to a total of 3 minutes. We have 3 items on the consent calendar tonight. Approve affidavit of posting of the Planning Commission regular meeting of March 18th, 2021. Approve the minutes of the Planning Commission regular meeting of January 21st, 2021, and receive and file Planning Commission referrals to staff update. Would any commissioners like to pull any items from the consent calendar? Commissioner Hensley.
Thank you, Chair Elder. Yeah, I'd like to pull F3, and then I'd like to check with staff on F1. I think they gave us a blue folder of a new affidavit of posting. They want us not to accept F1. Is that what we got a new version of by blue folder or no?
Sorry, I was trying to find my unmute button. There isn't a new version. No, the agenda was posted at the same date and time.
Okay.
What you received was just an agenda packet with some redactions in a couple of the material items, but the actual face agenda that gets posted didn't change.
Okay, so we can accept F1. That's okay.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Yeah, then I'll just pull F3 then.
Does anyone else have any items to pull? Are there any members of the public or e-comments regarding any of the consent calendar items?
No, there is not.
Okay, is there a motion to approve items F1 and F2?
I'll go
So
ahead.
moved by Commissioner Stretzenberg.
I'll second.
Motion by Commissioner Stretzenberg, seconded by Commissioner Topero to approve items F1 and F2 from the consent calendar. Commissioner Berg.
Approved.
Commissioner Ung.
Yes.
Commissioner Topero.
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley.
Yes.
Commissioner Stretzenberg.
Yes.
Commissioner Godek.
Yes.
And I will also vote yes. Items F1 and F2 are approved. This now brings us to excluded consent calendar items, which we have item F3, receive and file Planning Commission referrals to staff update. Commissioner Hensley, I believe you wanted to discuss this.
Yeah, just I had a quick question on the fourth referral item about the Brown Act review. Based on the comments, I think this item is it closed, or the status says pending, but I'm not sure.
I think you're right too. We had put in a request to the city attorney's office, but I did over that the link of the city attorney's determination from that city council meeting back in September. So I think it is a completed item.
Okay, and and maybe that's another question I had is how to remove these? Is it just we kind of agree, okay, yeah, this is good, and we're good to remove it and move on? Or can one of us do that, or do we have to somehow vote on it, or just? I
think when we have completed it, the commissioners had requested that we just remove it. That's completed.
Okay, so is the Brown Act item pending or completed?
I think I'm going to say it's completed. I forwarded on the information of the city attorney's determination. Yeah.
Okay, very good. That was my only question. Thank you very much. So I'll make a motion to approve item F3.
Second by Stretzenberg.
Motion by Commissioner Hensley, seconded by Commissioner Stretzenberg to approve item F3. Commissioner Berg.
Yes.
Commissioner Ung.
Yes.
Commissioner Topero.
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley.
Yes.
Commissioner Stretzenberg.
Yes.
Commissioner Godek.
Yes.
And I will also vote yes. All right, public participation on non-agenda items. This section is intended to provide members of the public with the opportunity to comment on any subject that does not appear on this agenda for action. This section is limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the commission. Each speaker will be permitted to speak only once. Written requests, if any, will be considered first under this section. And I assume Holly has something for us tonight.
Yes, so we have one speaker on non-agenda items. It is Holly. Holly, you'll have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
I won't be 3 minutes on this one. Okay, you remember, you guys, we all did those ADU regulations back in 2019, and then they all got wiped out January 1st, 2020. Well, one of the parameters was ADU setbacks, and our ADU setback had been 5 feet. and then we had to go to 4 feet. Well, guess what? There's a bill in the legislature, SB 765, that says if you had an ADU ordinance, right up to January 1st, I think it should be December 31st. But anyway, the intent is you can go back to your other ADU setback. So in our case, that'll be 5 feet. In some cases, the cities are 6 feet. But it's just absolutely amazing where they're actually going to have a little bit more space between the ADU and your neighbor's property. And I've heard some complaints about the 4 feet. So I just think it's neat that somebody in the legislature came to their senses. And I don't know if it was because of the fire separation distance rule or in the International Building Code that says you're supposed to be 5 feet or what. But anyway, ours was 5 feet. So if this passes, well, I'll be a very happy person. End of time.
Thank you, Holly. As always, appreciate your diligence in keeping track of this and keeping everyone informed. Do we have any other members of the public wishing to speak or e-comments on agenda items?
No, we don't.
Okay. This brings us now to ex parte communication. This section is intended to allow all officials the opportunity to reveal any disclosure or ex parte communication about the following public hearings. Commissioner Berg, do you have any ex parte communication?
Yes, I spoke with the appellants and went to their property.
Excellent, thank you. Commissioner Ung?
Yes, I had a conversation with Commissioner Hensley with regard to the materials that were presented.
Thank you. Commissioner Tabaro?
None.
Commissioner Hensley?
Yeah, I spoke with Commissioner Ung on the public hearing item. I also spoke to the applicant and also visited the site. I also spoke to the residents at 2014 Belmont, the neighbors directly behind the applicant's house, and staff at this end. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Strutzenberg?
Yes, sir. I have met with the appellants at their property. I have met with the complainants at their property. I have spoken with Chair Elder about this matter. I have discussed the matter with Director Forbes and also Chief Building Inspector Michael Ross.
Excellent. Thank you, sir. And Commissioner Godek?
Yes, I spoke with the appellants also at their home and briefly with staff and yourself, Chair Elder.
Thank you. And I think for clarification, when we spoke, you were asking for direction on whether you can reach out to the applicant or not, or the appellant or not.
That was the case with both you and with staff.
Perfect. Thank you. Just wanted to clarify that. And I myself, I met with the appellant at their property and spoke with them. I also spoke with the neighbors directly behind them, as well as some of the other neighbors listed in the neighborhood that had signed on to that. I also discussed it with Commissioner Strutzenberg along with staff. And that brings us to our public hearing for tonight. Item J1 is a public hearing for consideration of an appeal of the Administrative Design Review decision denying the request to construct an accessory structure attached to the main home with the rear setback of the rear unit of an existing 2-unit residential condominium development on property located within a low-density, multiple-family residential R2 zone. The applicant is Matthew and Corey Sukna. The property owner is the same as the applicant. The property address is 2015 Spire Lane, Unit B. The staff recommendation is to first open the public hearing and administer the oath. So is there a motion to open the public hearing?
Go ahead and make the motion to open the public hearing.
Second by Strutzenberg.
Motion by Commissioner Topero, seconded by Commissioner Strutzenberg to open the public hearing. Commissioner Berg?
Approved, yes.
Commissioner Ung?
Yes.
Commissioner Topero?
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley?
Yes.
Commissioner Strutzenberg?
Yes.
Commissioner Godek?
Yes.
And I will also vote yes. So the first thing I have to do is for anyone wishing to speak tonight, I'm going to administer an oath. And so this includes everyone on the phone as well as the appellants. So do each of you swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. And does that satisfy a requirement for the everyone dialed in as well?
Yeah, it does. Staff has to unmute each one individually. So we, for time's sake, it meets the yes.
Okay, perfect.
Perfect. That's fine.
If you need to do it again later, just let me know.
Right.
So at this point, I think staff has a presentation for us.
We do. Thank you, Chair. So, so this evening it is an appeal before you of the administrative design review decision, which denied an attached accessory structure for the property located at 2015 Spire Lane. So just a summary of the subject site. It is on the north side of Spire Lane. It is a 2-unit condominium development. The subject home is the rear unit of the development. The underlying zoning is R2. It's a low-density multi-family zone. Surrounding properties do consist of other 2-unit condominium developments. The required average rear setback in this zone is 15 feet. A little bit of the project background or how it came to us. It did come to us in June of 2020 as a code enforcement referral at the time as a backyard renovation project. So code enforcement did refer the property owners to consult with planning in regards to some renovations they were undertaking in the backyard. Planning staff did request a basic site plan of what work was being proposed. So in June, this top site plan was submitted. It showed hardscape work out in the backyard. It showed a proposed fireplace structure at 9 feet, and then a outdoor barbecue grill area. The fireplace structure was in this in this site plan proposed to be about 3 feet from that rear setback. So the site plan was approved in on June 24th. The fireplace structure being approved under the accessory structures code that does allow for detached accessory structures from the main home that can actually go right up to the rear property line. The barbecue grill area, I believe it's about counter height. So this grill area itself didn't need permits. And then the gas lines were needed to be run to the fireplace and the barbecue area as well. So after approval of this site plan, the property owners, as a standard practice, then they're directed to submit the approved site plan to the building division and consult then with building division staff in terms of what approvals and then eventual permits are needed from that office. So from there, a couple weeks later, then a revised site plan actually came into planning. So in this revised site plan, it still showed the hardscape work, and then it shows a fireplace, but now, I don't know if it's out of screenshot because of the Zoom video, but it called now that the fireplace was going down to only 4 feet, and then it still showed the barbecue grill area. So again, the site plan was approved July 7th, and then they were instructed to submit to building division and get whatever permits were necessary. So after this first set of approvals, the building division, they did obtain permits to the barbecue. So after that, then maybe about a month later, I guess there was another. So there was another code enforcement referral a few weeks later. Again, they were instructed to speak with planning in regards to work that was being done outside of the initial scope that was approved on that first round of site plans. So in this scope, this is October 2020. So in this scope, we see that there was an existing sliding glass door along the rear elevation. This was being now replaced by a bifold door. And then again with the fireplace structure, and then the grill area. and then it seems like a couple days later, then they submitted another revised site plan. An inspection by the city's senior building inspector. He observed, I guess, a 6-inch slab on grade, above grade that was installed. So that was added now to that site plan, and then. And again, they were instructed to go speak with building. So I believe from planning's understanding, we believe at some point with the building discussion for the fireplace. Oh, and I you know what, I apologize. Let me go back to this. The actual so back in July, the fireplace structure was approved at 4 feet. So now at this point, it was coming back in at 9 feet, because I believe the code enforcement referral at that time was that there was work occurring on that rear elevation door, as well as now some sort of masonry wall being installed. So now in August, the fireplace was reapproved back at 9 feet, in addition to that bifold door and then the concrete slab. After speaking with the building division did request then that a licensed professional draw the plans. So in September, it took a few weeks to do that. In September, they did submit architectural drawings. So again, here's this shows the existing site plan, and then here's the proposed fireplace structure. The barbecue structure didn't require a permit, so it's not listed here on this on the site plan. So it shows the fireplace structure, and in this case now, I know it's a little hard to see, but I believe it noted maybe like a foot or a foot and a half from that rear property line, from that base of the fireplace fireplace structure. This is the floor plan. So here it shows on the left-hand side, it shows the 13-foot bifold door, and again that fireplace structure, and then the rear elevations showing the new bifold door. So these were approved in mid-September. And then the permits were issued for that fireplace and the door replacement. So a few weeks later, then the code enforcement received an additional referral that it appeared that this property was installing. It looked like some sort of roof element which extended from the rear elevation of the home and extended out and attached to that fireplace structure. So code enforcement did ask, when they received that referral, they did ask if the neighbor could just send some photos so that we'd have a better idea of what they were describing. So, and I believe those photos were included in your staff report. So then code enforcement did then make contact with the property owner. They did issue a stop work and asked the property owner that they consult with planning in regards now to getting this roof element then approved. So initially when they spoke with staff and planning, we did direct them to what's called the administrative design review application. It was coming in as at the time, a replacement of a pergola that had existed there. Although our original site plan on file for the property doesn't show a pergola that built with the original development. We did a permit search subsequently and didn't show any additional permits for a pergola, but they did include photos of an existing pergola that had been there and that it was being replaced. So we do have a process for approving, pergolas and such features through the administrative design review application process. Now that does limit, however, the height of the feature to 9 feet. Now this, so now what they were installing did not, is taller than that, as well as with the solid roof element, with it being attached to the fireplace. It was determined that it sort of goes beyond really the intent of a pergola. So on that first administrative design review application, a denial was issued, stating that fact, that it didn't meet the intent of a pergola. There was initially an appeal filed on that, but then through other discussions, that appeal was eventually withdrawn. It was concurred that the structure doesn't really meet the intent of a pergola. And so then a new application for administrative design review was submitted, which requests an attached accessory structure. Now, this falls more so under the criteria of administrative design review that really any type of addition to a home that doesn't really fall under another category of review sort of falls under this administrative design review. So it's separate than, say, the administrative design review we did for the projection of the pergola. So this one requested the attached accessory structure. Again, it's about 19 feet 4 inches in width, attached to the rear elevation, extends out towards the rear property line, and comes within about 1 foot of that rear property line. So as part of the application packet, these are some photos of the as-built. So it's kind of an unusual situation. Usually at this point, we're working just off of working drawings, but in this case, the structure was built and finished. So they did include photos of the finished product. So just a little bit on accessory structures versus architectural features. So we do have a section of code that goes over what's called architectural features. And so it does detail sort of what those are. It talks about arbors, architectural archways, bowers, pergolas, lampposts, and then similar features like that. But they are limited to 9 feet in height. They are allowed to project into required setbacks, also subject to that administrative design review application. And they don't necessarily have a specified separation from other structures under that projections code. However, the mass and scale of the appellant's proposal exceeded what could reasonably really be called an architectural feature. Then also the proposal exceeded the height limit of what's allowed for an architectural feature of 9 feet. So therefore, it was classified as an accessory structure. Now, in terms of accessory structures, so the zoning code does define it as being subordinate to the main building or structure, which is on the same lot. That's in our definition section. And then in practice, planning division does require a 5-foot separation between accessory structures and the main home, citing that code 10-2.1500A. The intent of that separation is that it does promote individual, detached, and distinct structures. So it is a separate than, you have your main dwelling unit and you have an accessory structure. Having the structure detached makes it more clearly subordinate to the main building. And then in terms of 5 feet, or why is it 5 feet? It can allow for, say, architectural projections of that structure, such as eaves, which are allowed to encroach into these separations. So again, going back to those architectural features. So it allows room for these projections to encroach into that distance, which can create a structure that has a little bit more visual interest. And so it allows for room for that, because those features can encroach about 30 inches, 2.5 feet into, so if you have, say, a projection from an accessory structure that's 5 feet away from, say, like a projection from a house, like an eave or some other element, then they are actually fairly close together, but it allows for both of those structures to have these features. And then additionally, there's other opportunities for attached features, again, under that projections code, but again, not to the mass and scale of, say, an accessory structure, but more to those architectural features like, pergolas and bowers and such. So therefore, as proposed, it is staff's opinion that the accessory structure does not comply with the accessory structures municipal code for building and accessory structure separation. So therefore, the staff recommendation is to deny the appeal and uphold the administrative design review decision denying the attached accessory structure as proposed, or the planning commission can also uphold the appeal and then make findings that the structure as proposed is compliant with the zoning ordinance. And that concludes staff's presentation. So I know that the appellant has a presentation, but we're happy to take questions right now. However the chair wishes to proceed as well.
Thank you for that presentation. That was great detail. I know a lot of us have also reached out to you. Apologize, I didn't see who had their hand up first, but I do see Commissioner Ung. So go ahead and ask a question if you would.
Yeah, thank you. On the second to last chart on the bottom, it seems to have read that it does comply. I just wanted to.
It might have been a typo then. Well, then I won't bring it back up.
I'd like to know that. Yeah. That too.
I know, right? Yeah.
This will be a quick hearing.
No, it is, but no, it is staff's from a staff perspective and what we implement on a daily basis. If clients and customers come in, is that we do ask that these structures be at least 5 feet, a 5 feet separation distance from the main home.
Right. I just wanted to clarify that what you intended to write does not comply.
Does not comply. Thank you for catching.
Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Thank you. Lena, is it possible for you to bring up the slide that had the code reference on it? I think it was the second to last slide, maybe the one you didn't want to bring up, but we've acknowledged
Right.
it.
Let me see. Yeah, we've acknowledged it does comply. It does not.
Yeah. Okay. And we're clear
Yes.
on that. Thank you.
Okay.
But I wanted to just clarify one thing. The arrow bullet points of the 2, 4 items, those are not actual code. Those are staff interjections of intent, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. Just want to, that is not the actual code.
That is not the
additional commentary. Okay.
Yes.
That was it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Berg.
Thank you. For staff, I was wondering, I know the appellants had gone around and taken some photographs of structures that they thought were very similar. Did those meet the same criteria? Were they photos that maybe they, took in by mistake, or are those just, people that just got away with it?
I mean, short of knowing, the specific individual addresses and seeing what permit history is on the property, it could be that they were constructed without permits. It would take looking up each individual property. It could be depending on when it was constructed, how old it is. It was prior to this current code, although this current code it has been around fairly a long time, since about the 90s. But so it could be a legal nonconforming issue on some properties. So it would take just the research of the individual properties to see what was approved on that site.
Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Hensley.
Yeah, I just had a comment and then a question. My comment is, in general, I'm not thrilled with our current code for accessory structures and what it allows, but that's not tonight's purpose. But so I'm trying to focus on this particular project. But my question, a lot of the questions I actually had got answered in the presentation. So thank you very much, Lena. It was a great presentation. The one question I still had is I'm a little confused on the 9-foot maximum for a pergola, but isn't there other language in the code about accessory structure can be over 9 feet if it's the roof or something?
Sure.
Like the roof can be up to this and like a 15-foot maximum for accessory structures?
Sure. So the limit is to be considered an architectural projection, right? So,
Okay.
you have an architectural projection. It's typically attached to the home, right? It projects from the home, right? Or if you look like the Webster definition of projecting, it protrudes from something. So although I believe like lamp posts is included in there, and those aren't typically attached, but in general it means so in that projections section, again, there's no necessarily separation requirement. It's subject to administrative design review for just for like architectural compatibility and such. But however, that opportunity is limited by those projections can only be 9 feet in height. So now basically to go over that, then it just falls in the bucket of an accessory structure now, right? So now if you do say want to build a pergola that's, taller than 9 feet, then we'd have to look at it as an accessory structure versus like a projection. So then we would say, okay, you'd have to have the 5-foot separation. And then even then, so in the accessory structure code, it does talk about that the height of the walls of the accessory structure can be no taller than 10 feet. I guess in the case of a pergola, we'd say the posts. And then a roof, it allows for, say, a sloped, a pitched roof element so that the overall height of, entire height of the accessory structure is about 15 feet. So it allows another 5 feet, say, for a pitched roof. But so say like on a pergola, it'd be relatively like a flat roof, right? Some, with slats, rafters. So really you're looking at an overall height, really they maybe get an additional foot on a pergola to have it be just an accessory structure. So it's again, it's so the projections, I think they're very specific and really intended to like just sort of enhance the detail of the home. But then anything beyond just what would be those projections, we would consider an accessory structure.
Okay. And if you have a pergola with a roof, because I did the same definition search, it'd be a pavilion would be another word for a pergola with a roof. Is that
right? I guess, which we don't really have that in our code.
Yeah.
It would just be
okay.
right. So we would just look at it honestly then in those terms. And again, really, then to really be a pergola, I think the intent, if it was, say, I want to build specifically a pergola, it would be so that you could apply that architectural projections code, right? Otherwise, you could do a gazebo. You could do, right, a myriad of other types of accessory structures, which could be a pergola or it could be, so we don't list all those different, right, that it could be, but.
Okay, thank you very much. That answered my question.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Godak.
Could you just run through, first of all, your staff report was really great. It read really easy and it put everything in nice order and gave me the background that I needed on this. So thank you for that. Could you just go through how the fireplace went from 9 feet to 4 feet to 9 feet again, please?
Well, that I'm not sure. So I know that the first, let me see. Let me bring up my, my report again, so then I can remind myself as well. And then let me share screen. Bear with me one second here.
I can answer that question if you want.
Or, well, we'll see. Like, let's see. I guess I know from staff's perspective. I guess so. It came in again. So again, it came in initially. So the very first concept approved in June was at 9 feet. So it says here fireplace height 9 feet, and then the again the barbecue area. So then now a few weeks later, and again, so we approve the site plan. Then they go speak with building and work on building with whatever building needs and to pull the permits. So what a few weeks later, they submit a revised site plan and the fireplace is cut down to 4 feet. So it's at the time, staff didn't ask what the change in height, why that occurred, but it's still complied with code, so it was stamped approved, and that was back in July. So then, so it was after these first site plans, those gas line permits were pulled, and then it was a few weeks later where again code enforcement then got another referral. And the referral had to do with the sliding glass door as well as now a masonry wall being constructed, and so which appeared to be part of the fireplace. So then that's when the second round of site plans came in August, and now these site plans now showed the wall structure back, or the fireplace back up to 9 feet. So does that answer your question, Commissioner? Or?
I'm just wondering why the building department was not okay with it at 9 feet and then was okay with it at 9 feet.
I think that with the application, there's a certain height limit that beyond that, it requires structural engineering. Lena had gone through that with their presentation. And so once that went back up to, that's, a choice of the applicant if they wanted to come in and do that structural versus
I see.
something else. And, but when it started being constructed over that requirement and it didn't have the approval from the building division, the concern is about the structural safety of that. And similarly, at the same time was the sliding doors were being replaced, and that also needed a structural component to it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And just one thing to note, the appellant will also give a presentation, and there's 20 members of the public wishing to speak on this. So we'll get some additional information from there as well. Commissioner Hensley.
Yeah, never time. I'll lower my hand and save my questions for later. Thank you.
Commissioner Berg.
So am I just to understand now everything basically has been approved and is up to code with the exception of the roof, correct? Is that what the real issue is at this point?
Correct. So the fireplace, I don't know if inspections have occurred yet or are final, but basically the fireplace structure has permits. The sliding glass door replacement has permits, and that is it. And then the gas line, and that is it.
And the concrete slab is.
The concrete slabs don't require permits, but typically the building inspector knows that planning does have a certain beyond a certain grade, we don't allow any additional fill. So I believe that likely the inspector, asked that be noted on the site plan, just so that planning is aware it doesn't go over, say, our threshold for fill.
And one more question. There was a lot in the presentation about the trees and I guess the deal that was struck originally when it was built with the contractor to plant the trees. Is it city's position, staff's position that responsibility to maintain those trees or keep those trees then fell on the homeowner afterward?
Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was going to say, yes, technically it would have, although the city does not have a tree preservation ordinance on private property. So once it does take private property ownership, it's, so really the onus was on the developer to plant the trees and install the trees, but there's not a city ordinance then that requires that trees remain.
And Commissioner Berg, just you had asked the question, is it just require is it just the roof permit? There's also electrical work that was done in that. And then also it's over that certain height that may trigger structural. So there may be other permits that the building division would need to approve.
Okay, all tied into that roof structure at this point.
All tied into that accessory structure, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, if there's no other questions for staff at this point, would the appellant like to give their presentation? And if I'm not wrong, is that correct?
I'm sorry, say that again. I'm sorry.
You're breaking up a little bit on us. Uh-oh.
It's all you.
And Dan, you're breaking up. If you can hear us, you're breaking up pretty bad.
Sorry.
I think he said it's all you, so I'm going to take that as a go. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and figure out if I can share my screen here because I have a new Mac that we're not getting along. But okay, hang on one second here.
If for some reason it doesn't work, staff has the presentation, so
Oh, perfect.
put it,
I think,
put it up if needed.
let me know if you guys can see my screen.
Yes, yes, we can see it.
Okay.
Great.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Well, first of all, good evening, Planning Commission and fellow neighbors. My name is Corey, and this is my husband, Matt. We adopted Redondo Beach as our home over 25 years ago after moving here from the Midwest. And we are definitely not builders, developers, or even experts in construction. My husband is an Air Force Academy graduate, an Air Force veteran, and he has worked in the local aerospace industry now for the past 23 years. And I work full-time and have been employed with AT&T since 1999. So this entire process has been very overwhelming, to say the least. And we have learned a great deal since we started our project in May of last year. I will be the first to say we have made many mistakes along the way, and we really have stumbled our way through this entire process. I mean, we had no idea the long list of things that the city requires a permit for. The process was even more challenging during the COVID pandemic, with the city being closed and having to communicate only via email or phone. We bought our home in 2002. We are the original owners. We made a conscious decision to raise our family right here in Redondo Beach. The Southern California beach lifestyle, the Mediterranean climate, the Blue Ribbon schools make for a very easy decision at that time. And since that decision point, 23 years have passed. And what keeps my husband and I here in Redondo is the strong connection we have with this community, the deep relationships that we have cultivated over the years with our friends, our neighbors, our church, and the local outreach programs we're involved in. And to the Planning Commission, please let it be known that my family takes tremendous pride in our home, the neighborhood, and community. We are very thankful to the Planning Commission for allowing us the opportunity to present our testimony this evening in this public hearing forum. We have a great deal of respect for your duties as our citizen planners, and we recognize your obligations are to develop plans, implement policies, and affect how the community manages change and growth and development, including outdoor spaces, while making thoughtful decisions that are in the best interest for your fellow residents. As we move forward this evening in rendering a collective decision, we respectfully ask that the commissioners keep in the forefront of their minds and reflect on two key tenets of the city's general plan, and I quote, "Our city leaders foster meaningful civic engagement to ensure their decisions related to the future of our community are reflective of our citizens' views." The plan indicates our city has a variety of housing that appeals to the lifestyles and affordability needs of all our residents. Our presentation today is comprehensive and will address the building code specifically pertaining to accessory structures in residential zones. The first 3 slides will provide a brief overview of our presentation in its entirety and recap the building code as it is written today. So the current accessory structure building code is displayed here at the top of the slide. It says Building Code 10-2.1500, paragraph A, and this is in bold. Setbacks between buildings. The minimum distance between a dwelling unit and an accessory structure, or between 2 accessory structures on the same site, shall be 5 feet. This subsection shall be applicable to the RMHP mobile home park zone. Now, this structure and this accessory structure building code was established January 18th, 1996, 25 years ago. There have been no modifications to the code since it was originally established. And now next you will find the Redondo Beach Municipal Code definition of a building. A building is clearly defined, shall mean any structure with a roof supported by columns and or walls securely affixed to the ground, which being is designed and or used for the shelter and enclosure of persons, animals, or property. What we have in place does not meet the criteria of being an enclosure and thus does not qualify as a building to which the code is addressed. Setbacks between buildings. What we have in place continues to meet the outdoor living space requirements. The way the code is written today only applies to setback between buildings. Once again, setback between buildings does not apply to what we have in place. So the city has stated that inserting the word accessory structure after the bold subsection setbacks between buildings in paragraph A was intended to include accessory structures and not exclude them. Why would the heading be setback between buildings then? The accessory structure definition below is not defined. The definition also includes accessory buildings, to which once again, our structure is not enclosed or meet the definition of a building. So the definition of an accessory structure is below. It shall mean a structure which is subordinate to the main building or a structure on the same lot. This classification includes accessory buildings. So this definition only says that an accessory structure is not the main building, period. It does not provide any further definition or even examples of what an accessory structure might include. Therefore, the existing structure is fully compliant with the code as written. There are no areas of non-compliance within the code. Planning may have interpreted the code differently. However, any interpretation cannot be in conflict with the code as written. Again, we are in compliance with the code and its written context and the definitions set forth under 10.2.402. So in summary, the structure has no erected walls or enclosures as clearly defined to be required outlined in the referenced code. There are no obstructions around the structure or house. Our structure provides usable space and meets all outdoor living space requirements. And the feeling of bulk or mass is minimized with the fully open sides and has a 9-foot 8-inch height, which is far less than the 15-foot roof peak height allowed. The current width of 7 feet is also far less than the allowed 50 feet minus the 10-foot side setback, which means the structure could potentially span the entire width of our backyard today. Our presentation includes overwhelming support from adjacent neighbors and nearby residents, including written letters and a signed petition in support of our project. Many of these residents will address members of the Planning Commission this evening. We will also show several examples of attached accessory structures located throughout our neighborhood that exist today. Our presentation will outline numerous key benefits as the result of our improvements, including benefits to our adjacent neighbors as well. And lastly, some of the key driving factors that were taken into consideration prior to our project commencing. So this first slide, slide 4, represents the prior structure we had in place attached to the house for 17 years, along with the current structure attached to our home today. We did not have a permit for the previous structure, which we clearly now know is required. There were also no complaints from any adjacent residents during that 17-year period that structure was in place. The large cypress trees that were planted on our property unfortunately needed to be removed for many reasons, but most importantly due to a severe pollen allergy from my daughter. The removal of trees and privacy being exposed was the first complaint filed and the beginning of many more to come. I'd like to note that no trees have ever been planted on the rear residence property for privacy in the 20 years we have lived there, and still none exist to this day. The component of the building code, which we are referencing today, is represented by this yellow arrow that you see right here. A 5-foot distance between buildings, which our structure is clearly not a building or enclosed. But in addition, this 5-foot distance between buildings has 0 impact on the rear neighbor as well. So this next slide are photos of our current backyard. We have views from every angle. I know that we had seen some of these in the previous presentation, but I'll pause just for a moment so you can take a look at these, and then I'm going to turn it over to my husband to kind of cover the next section here.
Good evening, Planning Commission. Here is our building code 10-2.1500 compliance assessment matrix. Paragraph B, stories. Our structure is not more than 1 story and is fully compliant. Paragraph C1, accessory structures occupying rear setback height. The height shall not exceed 15 feet. Our structure is 9 feet 8 inches and is fully compliant. Paragraph C2, floor area. The floor area should not exceed 800 square feet. Our accessory structure is only 261.9 square feet, and again, fully compliant. Paragraph C3, side setback. Current side setback is 18 feet on each side for a total of 36 feet. Our structure is fully compliant. Paragraph 3A, property abutting alleys, not applicable. Slide 7, continuation. Paragraph 4, rear setbacks. No rear setback required unless it's habitable. Our structure is not a habitable structure and therefore fully compliant. Paragraph A, setbacks between buildings. Please note that the word buildings in the code is in bold text. The minimum distance between a dwelling unit and an accessory structure or between two accessory structures on the same site shall be 5 feet. Paragraph A clearly states between buildings. The building definition is clearly defined and must be enclosed. So in summary, our accessory structure fully complies to all 7 building codes, including paragraph 7 alpha, distance between buildings. Our structure is not a building. By definition, a building must be enclosed. Our structure has no walls erected within 5 feet setback requirement. Our structure has no impediments to the house. First responders have full access. The structure meets or exceeds all outdoor living space requirements, and the feeling of bulk or mass is minimized with the structure's fully open sides. On slide 8, what's astonishing is the existing building code as it is currently written allows me to construct and within the minimum 5-foot side setback on each side requirement a 40-foot long concrete block wall, AKA accessory structure that is 10 feet high and 40 feet long, a gross allowable structure totaling 400 square feet along my own backyard property fence line. The existing building code as written would allow me to construct that very same accessory wall structure in the middle of my backyard and set back 5 feet from our home. Would one define these structures being without bulk or mass? I would certainly think not. Our existing accessory structure is only 17% of the building code's maximum allowable requirement. The structure is on the very low end of the code and does not exploit the requirements opportunity. Again, our existing structure is architecturally compatible, low profile, and without bulk or mass. Slide 9. Slide 9 is a continuation of slide 8 and intended to visually demonstrate in a digital artistic photo rendering of the existing as-built condition of our accessory structure, which again is low profile and 17% of the allowable maximum code, versus on the bottom half of the slide, a rendering of what a 40-foot long by 10-foot high concrete accessory structure wall would look like. I think we would all collectively agree the existing as-built condition is in good taste and complies with the intent and spirit of the code and is not architecturally obtrusive to the surrounding neighbors. The existing accessory structure is design engineered with certified drawings and plans stamped by a California licensed structural engineer. The design is fully compliant to fire, life, and safety requirements. The as-built condition allows full ingress, egress, and 360-degree access around the entire house footprint. There are no impediments to fire and police first responders. There are no new walls or columns built within 5 feet from the house and around the entire house perimeter. There's open airflow, roof height complies, and we removed our 6-foot-old slider door and replaced that with a 13-foot-long multi-fold patio door, which further opens up the house in the event of an emergency. Please note in the upper right photo, the large setback from the house and fireplace structure. The key takeaway here is open airflow throughout the accessory structure. Slide 11. My wife and I conducted a very thoughtful and thorough owner-neighbor benefits analysis based off solicited survey feedback from surrounding neighbors and our review of the building code. The objective of the analysis is to offer the commissioners a quick look summary of the project's benefits and values. Of the 17 categories documented, all were determined to have overwhelming value to the neighbors and our family. Number 1, safe new structure, no safety risk to residents, structurally sound construction as built in accordance with stamped drawings and plans developed by licensed professional engineer. The structure has no impact on public health and welfare of all. Number 2, replaced old structure. It was unsafe and it was deteriorating. That's a 17-year-old patio covering. And number 3, neighbor property line encroachment. There is no encroachment into neighboring yards. Structure resides within our property line and property footprint. Number 4, right-of-ways. The structure doesn't interfere with any residential right-of-ways. Number 5, street frontage line of sight. There are no street frontage views. Number 6, residential design guideline compatibility. The design is consistent to the intent of the residential design guidelines. There is no appearance of bulk or mass. Number 7, neighborhood aesthetic enhancements. The structure contributes to the overall design quality and visual character of the community with stable, desirable characteristics. And number 8, noise dampening. The materials used in our backyard, such as wood, concrete, even greenery, and furnishings are all excellent sources that absorb and reduce noise. Number 9, property values. Home improvers make good neighbors. And I quote a 2008 Harvard University study that found that improvements make a neighborhood more desirable, ultimately increasing the house value of all homeowners, even those who do not undertake any improvements. And number 10, privacy. The accessory provides much needed privacy for my family and surrounding neighbors. Number 11, rain runoff. There is no rain runoff from this small roof. It's negligible. Surface area is only 240 square feet, no impact to neighbors. We have photos and videos to support our position. Runoff is a non-issue. Number 12, tree maintenance. We no longer have to pay out of pocket for high expenses of maintaining the overgrown 30-foot tall cypress trees. Number 13, health and allergies, and probably the most important category. Our daughter is highly allergic to cypress tree pollens and other weed and grass pollens, which all necessitated tree removal. My daughter now has a pollen-free environment to enjoy. And number 14, backyard space utilization. We wanted to modernize our home and create a yard in which we could spend more time and relax as a family, improve quality of life for the new COVID environment we live in today. Modern outdoor living spaces are very popular in the beach cities. And number 15, precedents. These structures are well established across the city. Any resident just needs to take a walk down their neighborhood block. In the following slides, I show numerous accessory structures such as attached patio coverings, open-closed pergolas, and pavilions that exist. Unfortunately, most of these are unsightly, lack proper maintenance, and are health and safety risks, but they still exist and remain in place today. Number 16, resident support. Our package includes numerous signed letters and signed petitions of adjacent neighbors on the 2000 block of Spire and the 2000 block of Belmont Lanes, including other residents that are in full support of our backyard improvements. Slide 13. As you can see from this neighborhood map, my wife and I are truly overwhelmed and humbled by the outpouring of support for our backyard outdoor living space. Improvements from 20 of our fellow adjacent and block neighbors who live on the 2000 block of Spire and Belmont Lanes. We are truly humbled by the community's collective actions. Not only have they come out in full force, but they have signed a formal petition of support. Many wrote letters on our behalf, of which are documented in our submitted package, and many this evening are on the Zoom call to listen in and or comment live on these proceedings. Slide 14. More overwhelming support from our fellow Redondo Beach residents. My wife and I are sincerely grateful to the following residents who took time out of their busy lives to write impassioned formal letters to the Planning Commission strongly recommending support of our beautiful backyard living space project, and to ask that they render a decision that supports the majority interests of all residents and not just one.
So the next 2 slides will provide an overview as to how we came to the decision to make these improvements in our outdoor living space. Our backyard project started as a result of our 14-year-old daughter being highly allergic to the tree pollen, and we wanted to create a pollen-free environment that we could enjoy. When we received the first complaint from the city regarding the tree removal, I spoke directly to the rear resident at his home. I went over there and I apologized with tears in my eyes for having to remove these beautiful trees that provided us both a great deal of privacy. I then at that time informed him that our plans to replace the greenery were in the works. The rear resident denied that they knew anything about the complaint filed and actually insinuated that the complaint might have been filed by an adjacent neighbor that he specifically called out, when in fact, the rear residents had a long history that included these overgrown 30-foot cypress trees. These trees were planted after the rear resident petitioned the Planning Commission on August 16th, 2001, and again on September 20th, 2001, to have the developer Anastasi plant these trees on our property for their own privacy purposes. Over the years, these massive trees have damaged our property, costing us thousands in repairs. They've even fallen on our house at times, having to replace like our roof and damaged our sprinkler system and cracked our patio foundation. Like I said, we had a 17-year-old attached rotting pergola structure that needed to be replaced due to termite damage, weathering, and age. Once the cypress trees were removed, our rear resident has been constantly taking videos and pictures of our home, our family, our friends, our workers. In fact, over the last year, the same resident has filed 9 official complaints with the city and called law enforcement 8 times. That's 17 times since June of 2020. But not once have they ever contacted us directly. So our rear resident continues to complain about the lack of privacy, but in the last 20 years we've lived here, they've never planted any trees of their own. They've only continued to gain from our financial investment on the privacy we've initiated on our property. The other investment that they have benefited from is the vinyl fence that separates our backyard. They actually do not have their own fence on their own property, but just continue to benefit from our vinyl fence investment, which resides solely on our property. So just like the inside of our home, we take pride in the upkeep and maintenance of the outdoor appearance as well. So these improvements not only help to improve the quality of life, but increase property values of the entire neighborhood and community as well. So next, my husband is going to show a snapshot of some similar structures that exist today within a short walking distance of our home.
As the old adage goes, a picture is worth 1,000 words. The next 6 slides are photos of attached closed accessory structures that exist throughout our neighborhood and are within a short walking distance of our home on Spire Lane. The improvements that we have made to our home are in step with the improvements that have been made by other residents, which currently remain in place. I will flip through each chart and pause for just a few seconds to allow each commissioner an opportunity to view each situation. Slide 18, more attached accessory structures. Slide 19, and again, here are a few more examples of attached closed accessory structures. Slide 20, more attached structural examples here. And again, more examples here. Slide 22, I'm not sure how these structures are classified, but they are fully enclosed and cover the entire outdoor living space. Slide 23. Although my wife and I are fighting to preserve the beautiful investment made to our home, which is fully compliant to what is actually written in the building code and improves property values for all residents, we are deeply troubled that within a 1-block radius of our home, these unkept, poorly maintained, unsafe, and unsightly homes continue to remain in this dilapidated condition without any homeowner accountability. And because of one resident's complaint, we can't help but feel targeted and in many ways feel discriminated against. Slide 24. Although we have shown pictures of our well-maintained backyard this evening, these photos represent the current and unfortunate condition of our rear residence home. Slide 25. I regret having to present this chart as I have no intent to embarrass. However, given the numerous complaints our rear resident has filed against my family since May of last year, their actions represent a clear abuse of city resources. For example, they have called the police on 8 separate occasions over a 25-day period. Up until this point in time, local law enforcement has never been to our home in the last 19 years since we have lived on Spire Lane. We have been harassed and our privacy has been invaded. which is of particular concern as we have young children to protect. The accessory structure offers some form of privacy from these behaviors. My family and our guests have witnessed on numerous occasions the taking of photos, video, and audio by our rear resident. I have an obligation to my family and as your fellow resident to ensure the commission has context and a clear understanding of the facts.
So the purpose of this next slide is just an example of how clearly worded and defined codes can be misinterpreted. This is the citation and copy of that we received of Resolution 8913 that was filed in August 2001. The complaint states trees must be replaced. The city interpreted this was our responsibility, which in fact it was the developer's responsibility, even though we immediately complied. So the resolution clearly states that this was the developer that shall replace the trees and does not say homeowner 20 years later. But in this note, it says that the trees in the rear yard shall be replaced. But once again, we complied and we took ownership of that and handled that right away. But just another example of how a clearly worded code could be misinterpreted, and one was in fact misinterpreted here. So I just want to take a minute to address the following arguments that our rear neighbors have expressed in regards to our structure. They have indicated their home will decrease in value due to crowding. All reasonable people know, and substantiated once again by the 2008 Harvard University study, that all home improvements increase property values for all, even those who didn't undertake any improvements. As far as crowding, please note that our structure occupies only 17% of the building code's maximum allowable requirement. The code today would allow us to build a 40-foot long by 10-foot high structure, increasing our structure by 83%. What we have in place is architecturally compatible and is void of bulk or mass. The next claim by our rear resident argues that our wood ceiling surface and tiled patio creates an echo chamber. This is false and not accurate at all. Wood, concrete, greenery, furniture, all are excellent materials for sound absorption. And for reference, as cited in Wikipedia, a whisper or rustling leaves measures 20 decibels. A normal conversation at home measures 50 decibels. A washing machine measures 70, and a lawnmower 90. Their argument is that they have measured noise in our backyard at 65 decibels, which is less than a washing machine. They have 2 barking collies they let out multiple times a day that bark at a much louder decibel rate than what you will ever find in our backyard. Again, per Wikipedia, the average bark of a mid-sized dog like their collies is 100 decibels. So lastly, rain runoff. As previously stated, there is no rain runoff. We have videos to support this. Furthermore, our patio is sloped towards a sump pump located in our driveway and away from adjacent neighbors. We even have several water drains located throughout our patio footprint, so this is a non-issue. So in closing, and I promise this is the last slide, we ask you as appointed Redondo Beach commissioners to not only encourage but support the actual mission statement of Redondo Beach. The city of Redondo Beach is committed to providing the finest services to enhance the quality of life for those who live, work, visit, and play in our community. All of the adjacent neighbors and community have come together to show their support. We ask that you acknowledge their overwhelming support. There is no safety risk to us or any of the adjacent residents. Our backyard has no impact to the public health and welfare. Our improvements are aligned with the overall design quality and visual character of the community with desirable architectural characteristics. We ask for your approval on our structure, which is fully compliant based on the code as written. The definition of a building is clearly defined, and therefore any interpretation cannot be in conflict with the code as written. As appointed commissioners of the Planning Committee, representing all of Redondo Beach residents, we ask that you be fair, and we ask that you be reasonable. Please consider all of the evidence and overwhelming support presented here today and render a decision not only what is fair and what is reasonable, but what is defined and written in your code today. Thank you, everybody, for your time.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you for that. Do any commissioners have questions at this point, or would you like to hear from members of the public and e-comments?
I'd like to hear from the public. Do we have those letters of support on file? Because I don't remember seeing them in the packet.
They are in the agenda packet, starting with Exhibit B, page 60 of the 117-page agenda packet is what I had. I'm looking at the original agenda packet, though, not the one that's redacted, so the page numbers might be different. But yeah, I know we've got quite a few members of the public here tonight and appreciate people sticking around, giving their input. So at this point, I don't know what order we want to take them in, but why don't we open it up to members of the public and e-comment.
Okay, so what I'll do is I will call on members who are here to who signed up to speak. I'll call an order in which they signed up. So we have 27 people signed up. And then, so as I call each of you, I have the list here. I'll unmute one by one as I call each of you, and then each of you will have 3 minutes to address the commission on your comments. So the first person I have is Mike Goldstein. Mike, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you. Yeah, so my name is Mike Goldstein. I've lived in Redondo Beach for 20 years. I'm an elementary school principal. I've worked as a teacher and an administrator for 22 years. And I'm here not only in support of the Sufnar family as great neighbors and great people, but also in support of the recent backyard improvements that they've made that you've seen tonight. It's hard to believe that during this COVID pandemic, anyone would have to endure additional stress, anxiety, harassment from a neighbor for the simple and necessary act of expanding their living area. In the Sufnar's case, this meant improving and remodeling their backyard to give more space in a time when we've all been asked to stay at home for over a year. All of us need space, and you can see that they've made a great effort to, do it the right way. I've known the Sufners for 10 years. Since our children attended Jefferson Elementary School and Paris Middle School together. Corey and Matt are a community-oriented family, the kind of neighbors that we should all be so lucky to have. Prior to COVID, Corey volunteered at school. She organized and facilitated the running club at Jefferson. She's involved in PTA. She and Matt have attended and support all the school and community-related events, including donating to the Redondo Beach Ed Foundation. Matt's a disabled Air Force veteran. He's coached his kids in the youth sports. He's the type of person who would literally give you the shirt off his back. As an example of that, 3 years ago, our home flooded while we were out of town, and we returned to unlivable conditions that ended up taking 3 months to repair. The Sufners, who were also out of town, without hesitation, allowed us to stay in their home for the first 10 days while we sorted out our insurance and tried to find a place to live while our home was being repaired. The Sufners' recent decision to expand their living space during this pandemic is one that makes total sense. It's good for the neighborhood, the city, and their family. Both Matt and Corey are forced to work at home, and their children, Luke and Sophia, are dealing with the difficulties of virtual school along with the rest of our students and kids. We all need more space, especially much welcomed outdoor space. Unfortunately, during the entire construction project, they've been harassed and targeted by their neighbor. This includes verbal arguments, photos taken, videos taken, and countless unwarranted calls to the city and the police. This harassment has led to an impact on the family, especially the children who are already struggling, as many of our teens are, with the isolation caused by school closures. Partners have reached out to their neighbor on multiple occasions to try to work together and to be reasonable, but they've been met with verbal aggression and additional calls to the city and police. Unfortunately, this neighbor has a well-known history of complaining and harassing the city and our neighborhood, and it's had a negative impact on the Sufnar family and all of us who know them as friends. Please make the right decision and put an end to this nonsense. Thank you for taking the time to hear me.
Okay, so and then the next speaker, Carrie Boss. Carrie, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Okay, I'd like to read my letter, and I appreciate you allowing us to do this tonight on behalf of Matt and Corey. So I'm writing this letter on behalf of our friends, Matt and Corey Suffner. We have known each other for over 10 years and have watched our kids grow up together in this amazing community and neighborhood, a community that we hope to spend the rest of our lives in, growing old with our families, neighbors, and friends. Like many of us in the South Bay, the Suffners enjoy the outdoors, not only at the beach, local parks, and athletic fields, but also time spent with friends and family at home. The beauty of the South Bay is that our weather is amazing, and that means a lot of family time at home, outdoors, either in the front yard, patio, or backyard. The more time we spend outdoors, the more we want to make that outdoor space special, and the more we want to create opportunities for people to come together. Matt and Corey have done just this. They have created an amazing backyard space that allows for their kids to play with their friends, for adults to come together to watch a game or sit by the fire, and for their family of four to enjoy meals, birthdays, and holidays throughout the year. Their newly built outdoor space is absolutely beautiful, a space that almost every neighbor would love to add to their home. The addition of this space has most definitely increased the value of their home, which means other homes on our street and the city of Redondo Beach will also benefit from that increase. As you know, Redondo Beach is a city where we strive to enhance the quality of life for those who live, work, visit, and play in our community. It is critical for the city of Redondo Beach to support the residents of Redondo Beach and the families in its community, families that work hard every day to enhance the quality of life for their own families and continuously improve the community in which they live. The Suffners' backyard improvements have absolutely enhanced their quality of life for them, for their neighbors, their friends, and ultimately for our community. The city should support these efforts, not only for the Suffner family, but for our community overall. Thank you.
Okay, and then, so next is Susan Roberts. Susan, are you there? If you can unmute, it looks like you're muted. Susan?
And Lena, I know there were a couple people that had contacted me that said they had registered and there was a conflict, so.
Okay. No, she's on here. I see.
Oh, okay.
You know what? We'll come back around to her then. Let me see. Is there Mike and Michelle McVetti? Okay. Let me see. So, Mike, are you there? Mike? All right, let me see. I'll come back to them because I see them on the list, but let me see. Okay, William Errett?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great.
Yes. Yeah, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Members of the Planning Commission, thank you very much for your time this evening. I'm making this statement in support of our fellow Redondo Beach residents, Matt and Corey Suffner. And as you can assume, this message is in regards to the outdoor improvement project that is currently in review by your commission. Our family has lived in Redondo Beach for over 16 years. We are local business owners here in the South Bay. And during our time in Redondo Beach, we have grown to become close friends with the Suffner family for a greater part of 10 years. Matt and Corey, as you heard, are hardworking Redondo Beach professionals who are kind and considerate to other residents. And most important, the Suffners are contributing members and citizens of the city of Redondo Beach who generously donate their time towards projects that make Redondo Beach a great place to live, as I'm sure you guys can appreciate. We've worked side by side with them on projects to include Feed the Children, Redondo Sunset, Redondo Beach Holiday Stroll, and numerous other RBUSD fundraising events to better our immediate community. The intent of this statement is to express our strong support of the Suffner's recent backyard improvements to the commission. Our current environment during this pandemic has really forced all of us to find new ways to enjoy the new definition of what home has become. As providers to our family, we're responsible for creating a peaceful, happy space in one of the few environments that we can control. The Suffners have created this environment in their newly renovated backyard outdoor living space, and it's really provided a place for their family to bond and serve to be a superb extension of their living area to their well-maintained home. The Suffners' recent attempts to make improvements to their home have been welcomed by the vast majority of neighbors and friends. However, as pointed out by Matt and Corey's presentation, there's been one neighbor who clearly stands out in the minority that has been resistant to these clear improvements that have been made by the Suffners. I wanted to refer to one key tenet of Redondo Beach General Plan, and that's that our city has a variety of housing that appeals to lifestyles and affordability needs of all residents. And this improvement's only goal was to improve the value and appeal of our community and provide a safe place for the family to thrive. We hope that the board will consider the backyard improvements that the Suffner family has made to their home as being in step with others that also exist throughout the neighborhood and allow the existing structure to remain in place. Thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you. Okay, I know, so Mike, are you there? I know he had sent a direct message. Is your microphone working? Okay, I'll move on right now to the next person then. Bear with me 1 second. Okay. Okay, Trey Moore, are you there? Or Trey Moore? Trey?
Hello?
Yes. Hi, Trey.
Sorry, my husband. Hold on.
That's all right. So you have 3 minutes if you're ready.
Okay. So, good evening. My name is Verena Moore. My husband Trey and I moved here about 8-9 years ago, and we fortunately were able to meet the Suffners about 7 years ago. So we are writing this letter in favor of their structure, clearly. And like I said, we've known the Suffners for 7 years now, and they've become dear friends of our family. We've only known this family to be extremely welcoming, welcoming us into their homes, into their lives, people that they don't know, that they didn't know from the get-go, new to the community, and immediately just took us under their wings. They are very kind, family-oriented, and they love their life in Redondo Beach, as so do we. It's unfortunate that we're having to write this letter in favor of saving their beautiful backyard structure, but we really want to be able to help out in any way. We feel that the Suffners have created a beautiful family-oriented space for their family and friends to enjoy. During these difficult times of COVID and stay-at-home order, the Suffners put much time, effort, money, and love into creating a space to share with their 2 children, as well as a space to be socially distanced with friends and family outdoors. As home outdoor spaces are limited in the South Bay, they've done a fantastic job of creating a space to keep their sanity. We've also been able to enjoy the renovations so much that we've also decided to enhance our patio as well. Matt and Corey have only added value, charm, and a gorgeous outdoor space to their home. They have a space that models pride and value in keeping a well-maintained home. Unfortunately, the only con would be the peering eyes of the neighbors behind them, as we have also been subjects of having unwanted photos, videos taken of us as we have sat in their backyard enjoying brunch on the patio. Clearly, this is more of vengeance than, I guess, a clear mode of needing the space to be removed, the structure to be removed. But we do hope that there will be, I guess, a clear opinion going forward. In closing, if the city decides to remove their structure, I would hope that they would go around to the entire neighborhood areas, outlying areas, and have the other unwanted structures removed as well. Thank you very much for letting me share.
Thank you. And let me see. Okay. And then Lynette Van Diever. Lynette, are you there? I see you on my list.
There you go.
Can you hear me? Hi. Yes.
Okay. I sent in a letter yesterday, and from my understanding, I can either send a letter or speak. And I didn't know if I'd be able to attend the meeting this evening, so I did send a letter, which you should have on record.
Yes, we have your e-comment. Did you want to go ahead and speak, or would you rather have me read your e-comment later?
I would say, well, go ahead and read it. Well, I'll speak a little bit. I'm sorry I'm not prepared because I didn't think I'd be able to. But I just want to mention that I love their structure. I don't think it's overwhelming or overpowering. Corey and Matt are very kind, thoughtful people and quiet, which is great. My husband and I are original South Bay people. He's lived in Redondo. My husband's lived in Redondo Beach for about 45 years, and I've only been here maybe 25 years. But yeah, Corey and Matt are really great. And the structure, I see absolutely nothing wrong with it. And I do believe that it enhances our entire block. And as I said in my letter, you know, it's unfortunate with the neighbor because we've also had issues with the neighbor not participating in improvements in our area and our fence, where we tried to work with him, but he absolutely refused. You know, the fence was termite ridden, rotten, ready to fall down, but he refused to participate in the replacement. And so I guess that's about it. Like I said, I'm really not prepared, but I absolutely love what they did. And again, it's not overwhelming. It's not overpowering. It's very tasteful. And it is minimal for the backyard that they have. It's minimal and it's beautiful. And I want one. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Lisa Wessel. Lisa, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Lisa Wessel, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. Being a longtime resident of Redondo Beach, I also want to thank the committee for their time and care for our community and their thoughtful review of this matter. It's nice to see all your faces on Zoom, and also to see Brandy and Lena, those who help guide us and make these decisions in our community. So it's nice to see all your faces during this time. It's a pleasure. It is with pleasure that my family submit our strong support for the outdoor improvements done at the Sufnar home located on Spire Lane in Redondo Beach. We value the benefit this property improvement has done not only to their property, but also to the neighborhood at large. In Redondo Beach, residents have unique opportunity for year-round outdoor living. We see more of these outdoor space improvements across Golden Hills, and it provides key benefits, including curb appeal to our residents. Specific to the improvements done on their property, I see several key benefits for local residents, including the improvements look great and they help increase property values for their neighbors. The improvements help improve older, dilapidated outdoor spaces, which is still common within the Golden Hills neighborhood. We need more of these projects in the neighborhood. The improvements help drive a healthier lifestyle associated with outdoor living, even more pronounced during this current pandemic. Redondo Beach needs to encourage more residents to do property improvements as it benefits everyone, and it helps reduce the amount of poorly maintained properties. It is clear to us that the Sufnars are indeed compliant and have been mindful of local code and regulations, as we can see with other improvements in the neighborhood. We don't understand the issue, as again, this literally benefits all of us. Thank you again for your time and allowing me to express my concern in this matter and support for the Sufner outdoor improvements before the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next is Jens Wessel. Jens?
Yeah, can you guys hear me okay? Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. I just got to say, what a bummer that you guys don't get to see me on Zoom, because I was so excited to put on a dress shirt. Because like all of us, instead of actually seeing customers, I've been locked in my room for like the last year. So I appreciate the ability to speak. And yes, you know, we are friends of the Sufnars. We love the Sufnars. We love their family. They've been very gracious to us. We think they're good people. I thought I'd maybe give a couple of comments, maybe across, I think maybe kind of three elements here, right? So I think I want to give kind of maybe my perspective a little bit on the project. I do think it's important to reinforce kind of the level of engagement that they've had kind of with the neighborhood and with their direct neighbors. And then maybe to take a bigger picture view, how do we tie this into kind of Golden Hills in general? So first of all, I think what everybody saw in the presentation tonight, both from Lena and from Matthew, and obviously we've seen parts of that project as it was being built. It's a beautiful project. It adds tremendous value not only to their property, but to the property of the neighbors directly around them and the neighbors directly behind them. And I think we need to encourage more of that. I think Matt made a good point talking about the aesthetic appeal. There's clearly a correlation between kind of with the aesthetic appeal that they've done and increasing property values. What we also saw, it's very consistent with many other projects in the immediate neighborhood, right? That have this kind of same feel, this same look, slightly different variances. It's very, very much consistent with that. And again, I applaud them for doing that. And then the third thing is, when I tried to make sense of the code, I felt personally it was 100% compliant with the code. And I would make note that I think it was Mr. Hensley. I think you had a good point earlier when you talked about the fact that maybe the commission, maybe the city needs to relook at the code, because the code to me was pretty clear. So I didn't quite understand where the violation was, because it clearly was not a building, at least in terms of how I interpreted it. So then let's talk real quickly about the engagement. Look, they've been so consistent and proactive of their engagement kind of with the neighbors and with the city. And I think they mentioned it earlier, right? It was clunky at first. They learned, they've always tried and they've always done the right thing. It's no surprise, I think, to me, it's no surprise to any of us who support them, how many people, not just their friends, but their direct neighbors that are supporting them. You saw that graphic that Matt showed. There's only one person that's not supporting him. Everybody else directly around them is supporting them. They've also made repeated attempts to proactively and constructively engage with the neighbors behind them to no success. In fact, they have no interest in engaging. They've been rude. When I've gone by to pick up my family from the Sufnar's house, you know, I've seen them videotaping my, 12-year-old daughter, my 17-year-old daughter, my wife. I find that disgraceful. And I don't.
Jens, that was 3 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you for the time.
Okay, and then let me see. And Jean Leary. Jean, are you there? Hi, Jean.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Hello? Can you hear us? We can hear you, Jean.
Oh, okay, great. You got frozen.
That's all right. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you for the opportunity. I just wanted to go ahead and read the letter that I wrote to the Planning Commission on January 27th. I think you've heard from many of our other friends, Corey and Matt's other friends on this Zoom call about what great people they are. And I just want to say before I begin reading my letter that I was pleased to hear the neighbor talk about how she feels about their structure and their outdoor living space. I feel that she's, an excellent example of, being able to take in what is going on in their backyard and identify it as something as positive as opposed to a negative. So with that said, I'm writing in support of our friends Matt and Corey Suffner in regards to their recent addition to their outdoor and backyard space. We are a Redondo Beach family who has known and have become close friends with the Suffners for more than 12 years. We have spent countless family gatherings at their home over the years. Matt and Corey are hardworking Redondo Beach residents and professionals who are kind, considerate, generous, and very much admired and respected by many in our community. The purpose of our letter is to let the Redondo Beach Planning Commission know that we are in strong support of the Suffner family's recent backyard improvements. Now, more than ever, in the context of the pandemic, most of us desire a calm, serene, and happy space in our homes, and specifically one that can be expanded upon outside if able. The Suffners have created that in their newly renovated backyard oasis, which has been a superb addition to their well-maintained home. Up until these recent backyard renovations, when visiting the Suffner home, we have felt safe, comfortable, protected, and private. Since their backyard space has been renovated, visiting their home and spending time in their backyard, we have had our conversations recorded by the neighbors, and we have had the police called on us, their guests, multiple times due to noise disturbances in the middle of the day. We have felt violated by these activities initiated by their neighbors and feel that it is shameful in the context of a pandemic when most of us are working from home and schooling from home and wanting to spend more time with our friends and family outside where it is deemed safer. Instead, it feels as though the Suffners are being punished for improving their home's property value while at the same time improving the quality of life for themselves and their children. We hope that you, the board, will consider the backyard improvements that the Suffner family has made to their home as being in step with others that also exist throughout the neighborhood and allow the existing structure to remain in place. And I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jean. Okay.
Hi, can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Welcome back.
It just went poof. So I texted them and I texted Wayne in my attempt, and then I emailed you, Lena, and then I tried to go by phone, but it needed approval. So anyway, it was very frustrating. So I think I just missed a little bit because I was on the phone listening, but I have no idea what went wrong.
Okay.
So I'm here.
Welcome back. Yeah. Okay. So next is, and I'm sorry, I know I won't say this last name correctly, but it's Greg and Jennifer Danielson. I'm so sorry.
That was a good try. Good.
Oh, God.
It's Danielson.
Danielson. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. Go ahead. You guys have 3 minutes.
Okay. Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to us this evening. We are Greg and Jennifer Danielson, and I'm just going to go ahead and read our letter because I feel like that basically puts everything in that we've wanted to say. And I also have to say that the other people have brought up some really good points, and I fully support everything that everyone has said tonight. We're writing this letter in support of the Suffner family and their recent backyard improvements. We are a family of 5 and live approximately 1 house away from the Suffners. We've been residents of Redondo Beach for 10 years and have lived in our current residence for the past 6 years. When we first moved into our current home on Spire Lane, the Suffner family was one of the first neighbors to warmly welcome us to the neighborhood. Matt and Corey have always generously opened their home to friends and is the home that all the neighborhood kids want to be at. From assisting our elderly dog home after he had wandered out of our house more than once, to always making sure our daughter had a successful run during the Jefferson Elementary Running Club, which Corey graciously volunteered for and oversaw. The Suffners have been nothing but wonderful neighbors. They are the kind of neighbors that will drop what they're doing and help you out at a moment's notice. On more than one occasion, finding ourselves in a childcare bind, Matt and Corey were more than happy to lend a hand, welcome them over, and would even feed them dinner if things ran late. The recent modifications they have made to their outdoor space are tasteful and completely in alignment with everything South Bay residents look for in a home. With so many properties in our neighborhood that sit there in a dilapidated state, seriously lacking in maintenance and pride, one can hardly blame the Suffnars for creating a beautiful and stylish space where they can entertain and create family memories with their two children, Luke and Sophia. It is a space that encapsulates that ideal indoor-outdoor lifestyle that is in true South Bay spirit. It is beyond comprehension why these improvements would spark such anger and aggression as they have endured. As homeowners in the South Bay, we see the value in fellow homeowners and neighbors investing in their living space instead of condemning them. And need we mention that we are in a pandemic and families are spending more time than ever at home and under tremendous stress. These modifications hardly deserve the illogical and petty complaints that this neighbor is putting forth. The Danielson family enthusiastically supports the Suffnar family and their home improvements that not only bring increased value to our own home and neighborhood, but most importantly, allows the Suffnars to enjoy the home they have so lovingly maintained and invested in. We hope that you will see past this neighbor's narrow-minded pettiness and make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and then Susan Roberts, I see you there. Do you hear us? Can you unmute? Susan? Okay. All right. So we'll move on to the next.
If they can't unmute, maybe they need to do *6.
Okay.
Try *6 to whoever's trying to talk and can't.
Okay. Christine and Jim
Abramowski.
Thank you, Abramowski.
I'm going to save you.
I'm so sorry. I appreciate that.
No,
thank you.
Not a problem. Thank you so much that you've been sitting here for 2 hours. This has been amazing. I would have said, it's been great since Corey and Matt's presentation. We are residents since 2002. We're neighbors. We went through a full renovation and we love this neighborhood. We're blocks away. And we're writing on behalf of the Suffnars to show our support for the beautiful addition to their home that's in danger of being taken down. We are neighbors and are in shock that the city does not want to allow this outdoor living space in our neighborhood. We, just like the Suffnars, have teenage children who have been told to stay locked inside for the past year. They've been stripped of all normalcy as they know it, as a way to safely provide their children a place to socially distance with their friends and to help to avoid depression and anxiety that was showing up. Corey and Matt made a wise decision and investment for their family. Their outside space is tastefully done. They paid attention to detail, and it provides the space needed to safely congregate with family and friends during this incredible, difficult time. It's Corey and Matt's love for time with their family and friends that motivated them to move forward with the project and spend a sizable amount of money during a most unstable period. And this is characteristic that our city should cherish in its residents. I'm proud and grateful for them as our neighbors and friends. And we ask you to take all these things into consideration and allow the structure to remain as it is.
Thank you. Okay, and then let me see, John and Shannon Shemezian. John and Shannon, are you there? Try *6 if you're having an issue unmuting. Oh, there you guys are.
Yeah, I think I just got it. Yeah. So thank you guys for the time tonight. We wrote a letter, but we just wanted to make a comment that we just moved into Redondo Beach within the last year, and Matt and Corey were some of the first neighbors that we met. We lived directly next door at 2013 Spire in the back unit. Upon seeing them go build the structure outside, I can agree with one of the other people earlier that said that it's not overwhelming or overbearing by any means. And it's actually a beautiful addition to their house and to the neighborhood. So it's been a pleasure to meet them over the last year or so. And again, we just want to pledge our support for keeping the structure intact. So thank you guys very much.
Okay, thank you. And then next is Lisa Agabayan.
Hello. It's actually Agabian, but good try.
Sorry about that. I know I'm messing them all up tonight. All right. Yes, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, commissioners and staff. My name is Lisa Agabian, and my husband, children, and I reside on Belmont Lane, directly behind the appellant's property, where the non-permitted structure was illegally built. My husband has been an aerospace engineer for 35 years, and I've been a nonprofit communications executive for 30 years. I sat on the city's Environmental and Public Utilities Commission for 4 years in the 1990s, and I'm a proponent of abiding by city codes and procedures. My family is the neighbor directly impacted by this project, and we contest it. The issues before you are clear, and we concur with the account that is outlined in the written staff report. The appellants undertook an extensive backyard construction project without obtaining the required permits. When the city imposed stop work orders upon them, they continued their construction work anyway in defiance of the city's orders, not once, not twice, but multiple times. In the case of the roof structure, they included that element on their original plans, but the city did not approve it. So at the height of the pandemic, when the city could not intervene, they took advantage of the situation, defied the city's orders, and built it anyway. They started work on a Friday when the city was closed and rushed to complete it before Monday morning, presumably so the city could not stop them. It is very clear they knew their project was in violation of procedure and law. In short, this behavior should not be rewarded. I will take you through additional negative impacts of this project, but there's so much more to go over than 3 minutes will allow. As we are the residents most impacted by this project, I respectfully ask that you grant us more time so that you may get a more complete picture of its impacts to both our family and the community. I also ask that since you cannot see my presentation that I submitted in the agenda packet, that you please follow along if you have that in front of you, and you can take a look at our presentation. Slide 2, financial impacts. A primary reason for setback requirements in residential areas is to prevent overcrowding. If you look at the photo on this slide, the project in our neighbor's yard is very large and imposing, and it overpowers the limited space that is supposed to exist between our homes. Realtors have told us that this structure absolutely reduces our property value. Adherence to the setback requirements would alleviate this issue. Slide 3, nuisance impacts. Earlier tonight, the appellants told you the Redondo Beach Police Department has been called on several occasions since the roof structure was built. This is correct. The smooth wood surface of the roof ceiling, coupled with the tiled patio, reflects rather than absorbs sound, creating an echo chamber that amplifies and propagates noise. The open design of the previous pergola, as well as the trees and plants, absorbed the sound, and there were no noise issues. The Redondo Beach Municipal Code limits prolonged noise levels.
Lisa,
yes.
that was 3 minutes.
Am I able to have more time?
3 minutes.
Second.
Yes.
Yes.
A motion and a second. We don't need to take a vote on that, do we?
Are there any opposed? No, none opposed. Okay, so motion passes. Okay, Lisa, yeah, you have another 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. The Redondo Beach Municipal Code limits prolonged noise levels to 50 decibels, but noise levels have been measured at the property line in excess of 65 decibels since the roof was built. Furthermore, the roof does not provide any privacy because due to amplification of sound, we're able to hear our neighbors' conversations from inside our home, even with our doors and windows closed. There are also drainage issues. During rainstorms, the close proximity of the roof structure results in runoff directly into our yard. Furthermore, the extensive non-permeable paving results in debris being washed into our yard. Slide 4, consequences if approved. As was highlighted tonight by the planning department, the majority of this project was built without adherence to the planning process. In the appellant's presentation, as well as in their supporting letters, you'll notice several neighbors would also like to make changes to their yards. You heard them say that tonight. Some may be anxiously awaiting the outcome of this meeting, hoping for the commission's approval so they can build a similar structure. Historically, the Planning Commission has been committed to preserving open space in Redondo Beach. Approval of this project will set a precedent for homeowners to build similarly overwhelming structures and consume what remains of already scarce open space. Furthermore, approval will give a green light to residents to build without regard for existing planning, permitting, and inspection processes or the rights of their neighbors. They will simply build what they want and appeal to the Planning Commission later. This commission will be inundated with requests for variances to setbacks and other code requirements. Slide 5, long-term consequences before. If you look at that photo carefully that we supplied, you will notice the only home with an added roof is the property in question tonight. It is an anomaly in their neighborhood. Slide 6, long-term consequences after. If everyone were to add a similar structure, 1/3 of the open space in the neighborhood would be lost forever. Front yards, backyards, side yards, who knows where these structures would pop up. You will have to approve them all. Due to our limited time, we've provided you with further details as a blue folder item. We ask that you also consider this information in your decision tonight. We tried to be respectful of your time as it would take far longer than 3 minutes to clarify and correct all of the appellant's misinformation. In closing, there is much volume but little justifiable substance to their presentation. We respectfully request that you concur with the staff recommendation and deny this project. There's much more to address, as I said, and rebut as well, but I'm cognizant of the time. If you have questions about the additional materials we provided, I'd be happy to answer them. Otherwise, I can make more comments if you allow me more time.
You have the rest of the time, so if you'd like to take it, you're more than welcome to.
I'll continue. Thank you. Our neighbor is claiming that allergies are a rationale for their project, but this is not credible. They cite an allergy to cypress pollen, but the trees that were previously in their yard were not cypress. They were African fern pine, and we'd be happy to provide you with images for your records. Furthermore, if allergies are a primary concern, why would the homeowner install a large cantina-style accordion door that is nearly double the size of the sliding door that was there previously, thus allowing more allergens into the home? Assuming allergies were a legitimate rationale, numerous other solutions could have been explored with the city that addressed health concerns as well as met local building regulations. Our son has allergies too, and we don't impose that issue on our neighbors. There are solutions that do not require the appellant to violate the law.
Okay, Lisa, so that is the full 3 minutes now.
Okay, if you would like more information, I'm happy to supply written information to the commissioners or speak additionally.
Or motion to extend again?
Let me confirm, please. Would you like more time? We can give you more time.
Yes, please.
Okay,
Thank you.
sure. I'll make a motion to extend 3 minutes.
Thank you. We overlooked the fact that.
Oh wait, Lisa, sorry. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any opposed? Any commissioners opposed? None? Okay, sorry, go ahead, Lisa.
Okay, thank you so much.
No problem.
The appellants
Take your time.
I'm sorry. The appellants assert that the reason we wanted them to retain the trees in their yard was for privacy, but this is untrue. We wanted the trees retained for wildlife habitat and safe haven. Now that the trees are gone, we see how crucial they were for sound absorption as well. We have planted our own trees, just for everyone's information. They died because they were being crowded out by the neighbors' trees. As far as the letters go, there are numerous defamatory letters in the appellant's presentation that have been written by neighbors. This is disturbing considering most of them do not know us. Our family is not on trial here. The appellants have broken the law. We haven't. Moreover, the letters are irrelevant as the residents who wrote them are not negatively impacted by this structure and in some cases don't even live in Redondo Beach. I also imagine these residents were not made aware that this project encroaches on our property, thereby lowering its value, and was largely built illegally and in defiance of multiple city stop work orders. Petitions and letter writing campaigns are appropriate when one wants to change law, but this is not a signature gathering contest, and the Commission is not considering a change of law tonight. You are looking at what has already transpired with this completed project and whether to approve or deny based on existing law. The letters are clearly from neighbors who could benefit from visiting a local outdoor party space during the pandemic. They are neither credible nor relevant. The appellant's comments that we have been, quote, bullying and harassing them in their packet that was submitted previously is untrue and defamatory. In fact, the reverse is true. They have used intimidation tactics and spread mistruths about us throughout the neighborhood. They called us several times and yelled the F word at my husband. They've confronted us at our door without a mask during a pandemic. They've written a letter to us trying to manipulate the situation. They've peered over the fence and into our window at night from their now elevated grade patio and swept their construction debris into our yard numerous times. For a few weeks, we were even under 24-hour surveillance when they installed a video camera and pointed it directly into my 20-year-old daughter's bedroom window. And I can send you a picture if you'd like that. We have to draw our curtains now when they are on their patio to keep them and their guests from looking in. They are the ones who have created a hostile environment because they went about this project the wrong way and they know what they did was wrong. Therefore, they are fighting viciously because they stand to lose thousands of dollars due to their willful ignorance in not following proper procedures. They even confronted us, resulting in an altercation where they said, quote, "I can't believe you ratted us out to the city." That should tell you all you need to know about whether they were aware what they were doing was wrong. We were the only thing standing in their way, and that's why we are the subject of their attacks. With regard to proving credibility.
Oh, and Lisa, that was the additional 3 minutes now.
I can go on if you'd like. I have more.
There a motion to extend another 3 minutes?
I'll make a motion to extend 1 minute. If you could finish your thought.
Okay. Is there a second for that?
Second.
For 1 minute? Okay. And then anyone
opposed?
To that? Okay.
1 more minute, please.
Okay, Lisa, 1 more minute.
Okay, thank you. With regard to proving credibility, we simply have to examine who's been helpful to the city and who's been dishonest with the city throughout this process. Personal attacks and propagating mistruths is how the appellants have been operating from the start. Given this information, why would anyone believe that they are being honest today? Our property is also not in violation of any codes. We will do improvements to our property when appropriate for us. The appellant has no idea what priorities might have taken our attention elsewhere, and we don't have to justify our actions to them. We fully intend to make improvements, and what we are primarily talking about is paint, trim, city. When we initially filed the complaint, we were concerned about potential retaliation from these particular neighbors, and someone at the city advised us to deny that we reported it if we were confronted. So that is what we did. It seems our concerns were justified and have been realized. Fence rights. I'm sorry, following the law.
Sorry, Lisa, that was the additional minute.
Okay, that's really enough. There's more, but that's the gist of it, and certainly the highlights of what we have been enduring.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Okay. And then, so next person, Linda Doolittle. Linda, are you there? Hi, Linda. Can you hear us? I see you're unmuted. Can you hear us, Linda? So her mic's unmuted. Are you there? Okay, Linda, I'll come back to you. Okay, and I'll come back to you. All right. And then Andrew Galvez.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Well, I just want to say it's good to see the Suffners. You know, my wife was the nurse for their children. when they were born. Oh gosh, many, many years ago. The twins, first pair of twins my wife as a nurse has ever taken care of. I mean, after listening to what the prior person said, I mean, my only concern about a structure like that would be, is it built to safety codes? That would be the only thing I'd ever be worried about this whole situation. I never heard them say anything like that, what was said. I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me, but I've never had a problem. They've had gatherings there. As a matter of fact, they helped us do the first, not the first, but we did a block party for all the new people that moved in when they bought all the new properties. We invited everybody up, and it was a lot of fun. And I just hope that a mutual solution can be found between the two. I think that's probably the best thing in my mind, to just hopefully they can find a way to get through this together a little bit. And that's all I have to say. I don't want to add too much to it, because I know it's a busy thing to get through. So, if it's built to codes, I'm good with it. I live right across the street. I have for, 17, 18 years now. And that's it. That's it for me.
Thank you. And the next person, Paige Howe. Paige, are you there? Paige?
By the *6.
Hi.
Oh, there
Sorry.
she is.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi.
Yes. Hi there. Yes. You have
Hi.
10 minutes. Go ahead.
Hi. Hi. Okay, I'm writing on behalf of the Suffner family. The Suffners have been great friends and neighbors for ours for over the past 15 years. I've especially loved getting to go into their new beautiful outdoor space the past few months. As someone with older parents, I do not feel comfortable being indoors with groups of people during the pandemic. The Suffners outdoor area provides a space that we are able to socialize in a responsible way. The Suffners have two teenagers, and this is a great place for them to get together and hang out. With so many suffering from depression and mental illness, I feel thankful that they have a place to go to. I wanted to keep this letter positive, but I want to inform you of the constant harassment from their back neighbors. Each time that I have been to the Suffners, their neighbors do their best to make it miserable for everyone there. I was there on a Sunday afternoon, and they called the cops 3 times just because people were in their backyard. I've also been seen them taking videos and pictures of the people that are there. They are doing everything in their power to ruin any joy people might get from being there. It makes me feel uncomfortable, and I personally felt violated. In closing, I want to say the Suffners did an amazing job with their backyard space. The investment they made during their uncertain times should not be taken away from them. Their structure looks no different than any other I've seen in our neighborhood. Every day I pass by a house that has a complete junkyard in the back. It always baffles me that something like this is up to code. Why should we punish someone for updating and maintaining their home? Thank you. That's it.
Thanks. Okay, let me try for, again, Linda Doolittle. Linda, are you there? Hi, Linda. Okay, I see. So she's able to unmute, but we can't hear you. Linda? Okay. No, I'm sorry, Linda. We can't hear you. More people to speak. So okay. So Kay Joe. Kay, are you there? Hi, Kay.
I have no comment.
Okay, you're just participating. Okay. Okay, and then Bruce Bernard.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thanks, Bruce.
Great.
Yeah, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
All right. I've been a resident of Redondo Beach for 16 years, and after a 30-year career in corporate finance, I became a realtor 12 years ago. I've spoken before the Planning Commission on a few occasions. Most recently, last year, the Planning Department gave a presentation on bonus calculations for outdoor living space. This is a difficult situation because the Suffners have significant community support. However, I'm speaking in support of the Planning Department's ruling because it's not the typical appeal of an administrative design review. This is a code enforcement issue. Multiple stop work orders were issued, but not followed by the owners. All of the work of the Planning Department, code enforcement, now the Planning Commission, all of the after-the-fact signature gathering and letter writing could have been avoided if the homeowners had followed the correct procedures before starting construction. Get approved plans, get permits, and then start construction. The work was done by a licensed contractor. The contractor should have explained the requirements for permits. The architect's plan specifically mentioned getting permits before starting construction. Without permits and proper inspections, the city cannot simply take the Suffner's word that the work was done to structural code. Second, there are a few items missing from the administrative design review, which I just want to get on the record. The outdoor living space requirement is 450 square feet, not 400. Per the homeowner's presentation, the project does not meet the 450 square foot requirement. Also, water runoff into the neighbor's yard is prohibited by code, and it's not trivial. 1 inch of rain results in 150 gallons of water flowing into the yard directly behind the subject property. If the roof is allowed, at the very least, a gutter should be installed. Tree removal without replacement and concrete coverage of open space are inconsistent with how the code has been enforced on new construction and remodels. And next is extremely important. Categorizing the roof and fireplace as one accessory structure rather than two is a departure from what has been approved on R2 lots to date per the current code. The roof is one accessory structure, the fireplace is a second, and a 5-foot separation is required. If this had been allowed as one structure, developers would have built such outdoor rooms because it would have been extremely attractive and they obviously would have made a lot of money on it. The project as built reduces the property value 2014 Belmont Lane Unit B, which is directly behind the project. I say that as a realtor with 12 years experience determining the value of property for buyers and sellers with 35 years and plus 35 years investing in real estate. The project looks impressive from the front and the sides, but the bulk of the back side of the fireplace, the closed roof, the water runoff, all reduce.
Okay, Bruce, that was 3 minutes.
I need 30 seconds or less.
Is there
a motion to extend by 1 minute?
Motion to extend 1 minute.
Is there a second?
Thank you. So the project looks
Oh,
impressive.
wait, Bruce, let us vote. Is there, okay, sorry, was there a
Motion and
second?
a second?
I have it.
Anyone
Second.
opposed?
Okay. Any opposed? None? Okay, go ahead, Bruce.
Good. Sorry, thanks.
1 more minute.
The project looks impressive from the front and the sides, but the bulk of the back side of the fireplace, the closed roof, the water runoff, all reduce the value of 2014 Belmont Unit B and will have to be disclosed to any potential buyer of the property. So in summary, I please reject the appeal and refer the matter back to code enforcement. It's unfortunate, but they did not follow the rules that are in place. Simple as that. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so then let me try for Linda one more time because that was the last speaker. Let me see. Linda Doolittle. Is your microphone working now? Linda? Okay, no, okay, so no, it doesn't seem to be switching over, so. So Chair, we do have some written e-comments I can go through now if you'd like.
Sure, absolutely, thank you.
Okay. All right, so first one is from Susan Corey. My name is Susan Corey and I live in the front unit at 2015 Spire Lane, Unit A from 2003 to 2018, over 15 years. My husband Jules and I occupied this home and lived in the front unit of the Sufnar family. Matt and Corey, along with their children, Luke and Sophie, our family, and instantly welcomed me to Spire Lane with open arms. Corey and Matt have helped me through the most difficult times in my life, including the death of my husband and the sale of my home on Spire Lane. In that 15 years on Spire Lane, Corey and Matt were always very conscientious regarding the upkeep of both our homes. We both had a strong sense of pride in our homes, and we both felt it was important to set an example to uphold this example to our community. Corey and I have had many conversations over the years expressing our frustration with many of the homes that were in our neighborhood, including our block on Spire Lane. Homes that have been red tagged, homes that have large RVs parked out in front, cement mixers in their yard, houses with feral cats, homes with debris and garbage visible to the street frontage, etc. It is so hard for me to wrap my head around how many residents that would complain about the enhancements to the Sufnar's home and backyard. The Sufnars are the most kind, respectful neighbors anyone could ever ask for. They treat everyone with respect and are heavily involved in the community and the well-being of their family and helping others. I would like to show my deepest support for their home and all their backyard renovations. The Sufnars are the type of neighbors that Redondo Beach should support and embrace. Their improvements add tremendous value, not only to their home, but the overall neighborhood should be supported. Thank you. And then Lynette Van de Veer. I'm in support of the applicants, Matt and Corey Sufnar, for their their backyard home improvements. I and my husband moved from another Redondo Beach address to 2012 Belmont Lane A in 2001. We have found the Sufnars to be kind, thoughtful, quiet, and conscientious neighbors. Their property is always well maintained, and the recent upgrade to the backyard suits their home and our neighborhood quite beautifully, contributing to the improvement of the home values on our block. Living near the beach, it is always welcome when neighbors help eliminate the termites, and fixing the termite-infested structure benefits all of us who live so close to them. As for the tree removal replacement issue, one cannot fault parents for removing a plant that is causing extreme allergic conditions to their daughter. If the tree removal is a privacy issue for the complainant, then reasonably the complainant could take responsibility for their own privacy. It is disappointing that one neighbor is causing such an unnecessary problem. However, the Sufnars are not only the ones who this neighbor has been reluctant to work with on home improvements. And then Christina Cleland. My name is Christina Cleland, and I am born and raised in the beloved South Bay. I currently work serving the South Bay community as a mental health therapist. My friends, Corey and Matt Sufnar, have built a really nice outdoor.
I don't need that, man. I'm not on camera.
Nice outdoor patio and barbecue. And fireplace for entertainment and relaxation. It is evident that the structure that was built at 2015 Spire Lane number B is compliant with written code. Growing up in the South Bay with its beautiful weather, I know how appealing it is to spend as much time as you can outside. As a mental health therapist, evidence supports the importance of spending time outside to relieve anxiety, stress, and depression. With the pandemic and our difficulties with getting out of the house, it is especially important to have a living space outside to spend your quality time. I feel really strongly that their home improvement is another great living space that should be allowed. It is unfortunate that the Sufnars are getting caught up in the city bureaucracy of trying to get this resolved when there are more important issues to address in our community. I hope you all can see the benefits of this outdoor space and how it is not negatively impacting any of the neighbors in the community. And Laura Grabber. I support the backyard improvements of Corey and Matt Sufnar. My name is Laura Grabber. I'm a local Redondo Beach resident on Steinhardt Avenue for over 15 years and a local realtor for 19 years with the Hoffman Murphy real estate team. The structure they put up on their property enhances not only their home, but the neighborhood. The 2-on-a-lot homes do not have much outdoor space, so to maximize a great indoor-outdoor living space considerably increases the value of the homes in the neighborhood. An interested buyer would pay considerably more for a home with the outdoor enhancements that the Coreys have done to their home. The space is not only beautiful, but functional, and the materials they used will last. I see many wood structures in backyards when selling homes that are full of termites and wood rot. This is not the case here. Additionally, ADUs are now allowed in Redondo Beach and have added value to our neighborhoods. This is much less than what would be considered an ADU, as it is not enclosed. This structure not only increases value to the home and the neighborhood, but the lifestyle of this family. And Diana Gelb. We live in Redondo Beach for 41 years. We are the original owners of 2017B Spire Lane and have resided here for 33 years. In that time, we have watched the neighborhood change from single-family houses to predominantly two on a lot. Over the years, we have worked cooperatively with our neighbors, current and past, regarding fencing and tree trimming. Currently, we live directly east of the Suffnar family. We share a new vinyl fence, which we cooperatively financed and have built to replace the old worn-out wooden fence. The Suffnars have always meticulously maintained their property and have recently improved the living area in their backyard. We feel that these improvements are very well done and enhance the property. We're writing this letter to express our support of the backyard improvements. We concur with our neighbors, the McEvity family, that it is refreshing to see neighbors that invest in their home and community. Their improvements to the driveway and backyard area are tastefully done and adhere to the diverse architectural styles throughout the neighborhood. Their improvements and their significant financial investment contribute to the overall property values in the area. The Suffnars have always been considerate neighbors. They have notified all impacted neighbors regarding their construction and the lengthened timetable due to unforeseen circumstances. We feel that it is quite unfair for one homeowner to create such difficulties for the Suffnars when the majority of the surrounding homeowners feel that the improvements are beneficial to the overall community. We hope that you consider all these facts and rule in favor of the Suffnars on the matter. And William Stock. Commissioners, this past summer, my neighbor initiated a large-scale construction project in their small yard. I became concerned regarding any impacts that it may have to the community and wondered if it would create any neighborhood nuisances. The planning department informed me that no plans had been submitted and no permits had been issued for the project. Due to the pandemic, they could not send anyone out to see the project and asked if I would send photos and provide them updates. I was told that the city relies on citizens to report illegal construction activities. I interacted with several individuals at the city who graciously accepted my input. For several months, at the encouragement of city personnel, I provided photographs, descriptions, and status of the project. I was aware when stop work orders were issued and asked to notify the planning department if unauthorized work was being performed. Throughout this time, the neighbors initiated several confrontations with me. I repeatedly told them that they needed to follow the processes defined by the city of Redondo Beach, including approved plans and permits. Unfortunately, the appellant has manipulated my efforts of appropriately collaborating with the city into accusations of harassment. At no time has the city accused me of being in violation of any laws, codes, or regulations. They have always thanked me for my cooperation and support. The decision that you are making today is not solely about the fate of an illegal roof structure. It is primarily one of policy. You will decide if the city of Redondo Beach supports homeowners who selfishly defy the law or concerned citizens who work with the city to ensure that established processes are appropriately implemented. You will decide if defamatory behavior is appropriate in our neighborhoods or if collaboration, respect, and consideration is what we should strive to achieve in our interactions. Finally, you will decide to either reward people who take advantage of an opportunity when the city is incapacitated or support individuals who place themselves in an awkward situation to help the community during a challenging time. Okay, and then from Jasmine Rashik. My name is Jasmine Rashik and have lived and worked here locally in the South Bay for over 30 years. It is clear to me this structure is compliant with written code. As a real estate and mortgage professional, I know that one of the driving forces for our booming real estate market is our beaches and beautiful weather. Buyers are looking for homes with outdoor living space so they can enjoy our great weather. Thus, homes with outdoor living spaces sell much faster and are priced higher than homes with no outdoor living space or homes that have unfinished, unkept outdoor space. Now more than ever, buyers and sellers are realizing how important it is to have a well-maintained and functioning outdoor living space because most people are working from home and need to utilize this much-needed space. In my personal and professional opinion, I think the structure in question is complying with current City of Redondo Beach municipal building codes. Hopefully the city residents and neighbors understand that the outdoor living space in the structure in question at 2015 Spire Lane number B has now added value to their home. And from Lori Boggio, I'm writing to you concerning Matt and Corey Suffnar's recent addition to their outdoor space of their home. I have known the Suffnars since our kids started school together at Jefferson Elementary over 8 years ago. We've lived in the same neighborhood with them all these years and know what good and considerate people they are. I have been to their home many times over the years. They are very well known and respected in the community, and I feel terrible for them that they are being so negatively affected by one couple that seems to have issues with them. I feel that it is important that you know where I stand in support of their home improvements to their backyard. Due to the current climate with COVID and the need for gatherings to be in a safer outside space, it is even more important than ever for outside areas to be created and enlarged. I feel that the board should strongly consider allowing all of the improvements the Suffner family made to their backyard. Many homes in the area have similar outdoor structures, and we are all just trying to improve our homes while creating a safe outdoor space for children, family, and friends. Thank you for your consideration. And then from Don D. Kingsbury. Dear Redondo Beach Planning Commission, when you hear of a setback requirement, it typically pertains to a rear side setback. The accessory structure has no rear setback requirement. Looking at the code, it clearly states this is a setback between buildings with which the accessory structure is clearly not a building. Furthermore, the only complaint and sole reason we are here today is due to a single rear neighbor who is upset due to losing their privacy when the Suffnars had to remove their trees to create a pollen-free environment for their highly allergic daughter. Why haven't the rear neighbors planted any trees of their own? The setback between buildings, which is their own house, and the structure itself has zero impact on the rear neighbor. Please help to put this to rest. And then this is the last one, Stephanie Todd. My name is Stephanie Todd, and I have been a South Bay resident for 28 years. Having done a recent home remodel myself, I know how frustrating it can be when everyone has different interpretations of the ancient building codes that exist. It appears the city has had an interpretation of this 25-year-old building code and misapplying their intent based on the actual written code. Please use this as an opportunity to define this code so ambiguity does not exist. The Suffnars have always been involved in their community and are thoughtful and caring neighbors. Their recent upgrades help to improve home values of those around them, and I cannot see what harm this is doing to their neighbors in the back, especially when their house is unkept and an eyesore to look at. It is a shame that this meeting is about new improvements and not about the new codes that are needed to require residents to keep their houses and yards free of debris and peeling paint. I truly support the Suffnars' recent home improvements. And that concludes the public comments.
Excellent. Thank you for that, Lena. I know that was a lot of speakers to juggle and a lot of comments to read, and really appreciate you doing that, particularly because I'm also terrible at names, so you saved me from mispronouncing them. Thank you so much for that. Also really wanted to thank everyone who's submitted letters, who stayed here to speak tonight. I know it's already getting late in the night, and a lot of people have stuck around for that, so really appreciate the resident feedback. I know personally, when I just try and gather signatures for a block party, it's difficult, let alone gathering an entire petition and letters and everything else. So the community feedback on this has been absolutely outstanding. So really appreciate that. But at this time, do any commissioners have questions for staff or the appellant? Commissioner Hensley.
Yeah, I have a couple questions for staff and maybe just a comment to the other commissioners. I think we should keep the public hearing open a little bit in case there's other questions. I guess for this particular case, like keep the public hearing open. But a couple questions for staff for some of the things that I heard. The 5-foot setback that is missing is between the appellant's house and the roof structure. Is that right?
No, the 5-foot setback would be between the accessory structure and the main building, the residential dwelling unit. So it's not from the roof. If you recall, we had that conversation about how there can be up to 30-inch of overhang, but it would be whatever support there would need to be there.
So
5 foot.
So the post could be at 5 feet, and then the roof, if it could hang over
Up
into
to
that
30.
5 foot.
Yeah, up to 30 inches.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But all that is between the new thing that they built and their house, right?
Yes, there would need to be 5 feet and then any overhangs that would come in between it.
Okay, and that if they met that, isn't the current height okay for an accessory structure? Like it only has to be 9 feet if it's a quote unquote pergola, but if you call it an accessory structure, it could be 10 feet on the side and up to 15 feet with
the
roof.
Mm-hmm.
So, because when I read the denial letter, it basically said that they have to reduce the height to 9 feet, open up the roof,
That was,
and have 5 feet away.
if I may clarify that, Commissioner Hensley, there's two things. They had applied initially for the pergola. Remember, that's that architectural feature. That was if they, to meet the requirements there, it would need that.
Oh, okay. And that was the December denial?
Right. And so they rescinded and they came in with the application with the for the accessory structure. Now it would need to have a 10-foot setback between the accessory structure and the main building. And just to clarify, I know that that Lena had put it in the blue folder, but we did consult with the city attorney's office regarding that interpretation and regarding the section of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code 10-2.401G, where it discusses that article and section headings contained in the zoning ordinance shall not be deemed to govern, limit, modify, or in any matter affect the scope, meaning, or intent of the section thereof. So we had, even though buildings was in that heading, it was the intent was actually specified accessory structure. So I just wanted to let you know that we did discuss that and got the confirmation of that from the city attorney's office.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I agree with your interpretation of that heading and reading. Okay, so back to the 5-foot structure. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong denial. So whatever needs to be changed of this for the city to sign off doesn't affect the back north side of the structure at all, does it?
It wouldn't need to. It's just the distance between that structure and the main dwelling unit.
Okay, but all of it on 2015 Spire. Okay. There was a comment by Mr. Bernard about the outdoor living space with the accessory structure. Does the accessory structure count, like take away outdoor living space, or do you have to meet it even with an accessory structure or not? Is there any comment about that? Comment from Mr. Bernard?
I'd have to pull up, I'd have to pull up that specific section of code. And it's funny because we were talking recently about outdoor living space. These are such a provision where to qualify for outdoor living space, I believe it needs to be open a certain percentage to the sky, right?
Yes, at least 50%. And they have to have the minimum, the speaker was correct, 450 square feet in that zone. But so those are the requirements. So 450 feet and at least half has to be open to the sky, 50%.
Okay, and would that be something the city would take into account when they looked at that? Like, because so what I heard from Brandy was, everything is between the applicant's house and the structure, and it needs, 5 feet. Does it also need to meet the outdoor living space, or is that not for accessory structures? You can cover up, I'm a little unclear on that.
They'd still need to meet that provision.
Okay.
That might need another look.
Okay, I didn't see that listed in the denial. So okay. Okay, those are my questions for staff for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Thank you, Chair Elder. I'll kind of tag along with what Matt talked about. And question for staff first is, what's before us is, it seems to boil down to just that one issue of the roof structure as part of the accessory structure, the way it's written, that it does not comply with the 5-foot setback. Is that the single issue that we're looking at here? Randy or Lena or Sean?
Yes, because they applied for approval of the accessory structure, and with it not having the 5-foot setback, it's not something that we would permit through the planning side.
Okay. Are there any other issues that would still need to be addressed? You talked earlier about electrical and things like that, or where does that stand?
Well, once they would get planning approval, then they could get the, they'd probably have to go through the similar process that they did after the fact. And that does happen sometimes when something is constructed and then has to be brought into conformance with the building codes. It's just getting the building permits to basically permit that work, so that later down the road, if something else were, they were to apply for something else, or a future owner of that property were to apply for something else, then they know that this was permitted. So it would need to get whatever, I know it in the images it had electrical and some heaters, so whatever electrical that would be required for that. And then this probably is the structural component of that. It would be up to the building division if there are anything additional, but those are the particular permits that stand out to me.
Yeah. Okay. So again, just to clarify, the single issue that we're really faced with at this point is the 5-foot setback issue with that roof structure. That's really what it boils down to.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And Matt brought up that point earlier, and that was kind of a revealing moment for me. And I kind of drew a little diagram. I'll hold it up here. I hope it's not reversed. But basically, if they went to, say, some poles at 5 foot away that met the 5-foot setback, and then they would be allowed a 30-inch overhang on the accessory structure roof, if we were to separate that, and they would be allowed a 30-inch overhang on an eave from the main house, and they would have closed that gap. So what you would end up with is the only difference is the attachment and the slight step that would happen vertically there. Does that make sense to you, Randy or Sean or Lena?
Yeah, I mean, that's, it's interesting that the 30-inch and the 30-inch are 5 feet, right? So,
yeah.
But yeah, that would be acceptable. I mean, those would fall under that, the encroachments that are allowed, projections that are allowed, but it's allowed no more than 30 inches. I mean, you have to just meet, what's in those requirements there, but that is something that would be acceptable. They wouldn't be able to be connected to each other. You could have that same protection. I think that was the point of that, and but yet still then comply. But yeah, to have that structure.
It would require the addition of, say, 2 poles to support the structure on either side of it, I guess I would call it. And I just thinking about how that would go together, it almost seems far more solid and sturdy, I guess is the word I would use. The fact that it looked like it's attached to either the skirt of the house and the floor joists between the first and second floor, or maybe studs, I'm not sure which, but either way, that attachment to the house structure itself seems to be very sturdy versus 2 independent poles that could potentially sway and not be held as much. So it strikes me that the solution would end up to meet what is felt to be the exact letter of the code here. In your interpretation, the solution really doesn't seem much different from what's there now. And I'm not asking you to comment on that. That's just my comment. So that was kind of revealing to me that situation exists here. I appreciated the point that it's much smaller than what could be allowed, and I do think we need to come back. And accessory structures were on the agenda, and they're coming to us anyway. So we recognize that.
Right.
Okay. And we've qualified that it does, even with this, still meet the outdoor living space requirements. Sean, I think you would done a quick and dirty on that yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, we're working on that actually right now.
Yeah, because they still got the entire backyard, which would meet, obviously that met the outdoor living space, whatever it was at the time, because it was allowed to be built like that. And as you point out, and I know we just covered this recently, they're allowed up to 50% of overhead coverage within that. So
Correct.
Something that we gladly or thankfully we're very aware of with what we just went through. The confusion, I guess, on the code. The first time I read through it, I was kind of confused too, and I appreciate the take from the city attorney, but I guess I look at that as that alone, that the city attorney had to weigh in on that to come to a clarification on it. I think we need to do some work there potentially going forward, but that's outside of this.
Right.
I'll stop there for now and allow other commissioners to.
Well, and I may point out the city attorney acknowledged that section of the code, but also acknowledged the section of the code that it is the community development director that interprets the code.
Absolutely, that your interpretation is still
right. So they acknowledge that too. I just wanted to point out that section of the code addresses the point of the heading.
It does, yeah. And I saw that later after I looked at that. And I don't want to muddy the waters here with getting into a discussion on accessory structure code. We can do that later, but I'll stop there with comments for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Topro, you had your hand up, but it took it down. Did you have anything to say?
I'll wait till later. Yeah, I think that Commissioner Sertler brought a really interesting point about the 30 inches, and then it's got a roof, but it's two roofs. They're called eaves. So we're really talking semantics and interpretation here.
Thank you, Commissioner Hensley.
Sure. None of the other commissioners have questions. I actually had a question for Ms. And I hope I don't mispronounce this, Edjubian.
Yes, I'm here.
Possible?
Hi,
Hi.
no problem.
Hi, thank you. I was looking at the blue folder item that you had submitted about proposed modification.
Yes.
Lena, is it possible? Can we all take a look at that image?
Please.
There was a blue folder item, neighbor proposed modifications sent out this afternoon.
No, if you give me a moment, I could pull it up and share screen if that's all right. I just need
Okay, yeah, would that be okay?
let's see here.
Thank you to everyone for bearing with us this night. We've been having these meetings by Zoom for a year and they still are strange.
Where did it go? Then what happens is I lose the screen. Here we go. Okay. All right. Was there a specific page, Commissioner Hensley?
Maybe there's an image on slide 4.
Uh-huh.
Do you mind if I ask you, Ms. No, I apologize, mispronounced the name, Edjubian?
If you think of Arabian with a G, it's a lot easier. Or you could say stock. That's fine too, if that's easier.
Okay. Would you mind if I called you Lisa?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Your proposal or image here for, more privacy or keeping some distance from your neighbors, including it shows a 6-foot separation from the fence to their roof with some trees added. As the code was explained, even with a currently not approved roof that was already built, the 6-foot doesn't seem to be a requirement of either the fireplace or the roof. Is that your understanding of what was explained?
Yes.
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 Okay, but this is just your kind of ideal situation. You would like more separation and some blockage of seeing it. Is that right?
Right. We were asked what would we like.
Okay.
What would be acceptable to us, and we provided that picture.
Okay. No, and again, this is much appreciated and easy to understand and talk about. Okay, a couple of the issues that you had mentioned when you were talking were the water runoff.
Yes.
And the lack of trees.
Yes.
And so a lot of the other stuff about, permits and process and not doing things correctly is, if they had done everything perfectly with all permits, what would be your remaining concerns? Would it be the water runoff and privacy? Maybe you could explain a little bit about this, again, setting aside all the things we heard and everything that's going on, just talking about the structure. What is your top concern?
Our biggest concern is the impact to our property value. Our second biggest concern is the noise.
Okay. And the trees previously provided you noise separation from your neighbors? Is that right?
Yes, they absorb the sound.
Okay. And in your current backyard on what would be, I guess, the south side of your property there, it'd be on the top of the orange fence in the picture we're all looking at.
Yes.
Are there currently any trees there now?
No, I planted, there's trees on the north side of our yard, contrary to what the appellant said, we have planted several trees in our yard, but we put them on the north side of our yard because they had trees also on the north side of their yard, and they were competing for light. So we moved ours to the north side because trees can't all grow in the same place.
And we had one there that actually died.
Okay.
Yeah. So
with the shading no longer being an issue as those trees were taken out, would you be open to, would it improve your situation if you had trees on the south side of your property?
I'm waiting for resolution of this issue before I decide what I'm going to do with my yard. So.
Okay. And yeah, we're just talking.
I don't want to commit to anything.
Okay. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, I apologize. I wasn't trying to make you commit to something. I'm just trying to understand what.
Sure.
Again, if there's allergy concerns, I would think that the neighbor would want to control what was planted there.
Yeah. Well. Okay. Yeah, it's just my thoughts. Okay. Noise. Okay. Did you have?
And I just wanted to add, I'm sorry. So property value, noise, setback, tree issues, and runoff are really the major issues.
Okay. Okay. All right. I think I understand. Is there anything else to clarify? Another commissioners may or may not ask questions, but I do appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's see. Sorry, one more question. Can I ask the Sufnars a question?
Yes, we're here.
Hello. Hi. Thank you very much for sitting through this. I'm sure it's a difficult process. Would you guys be open to conditions doing something? And again, I'm not trying to make you agree to something, but would you guys be open to accommodations? Maybe that's my general question.
We are definitely open to any reasonable solution, resolution, accommodations, anything that is reasonable. Absolutely.
Okay. And yeah, maybe I'll just state that, my hope for tonight is that we can find a resolution that everyone can be happy with, that everyone can live with. And, that's what I'm going for. So that's why I'm kind of ask these kind of questions. But yeah, maybe just one other comment for those that are listening or watching is, at some point, the commissioners are going to close the public hearing, which means we stop taking evidence and testimony. And at that point, we just deliberate. So, of course, we can reopen the public hearing if we need to take something, but just understand that's why I'm trying to ask these questions before we get to the closing of the public hearing point, in which we just basically deliberate. So, all right. Thank you very much, Gerald.
No, thank you. Fundamentally at its core, this should just be taking a look at an interpretation of our municipal code, but there's obviously a lot of additional layers to this. One of them being that the structure is already built. So there's a lot more going on here. There's a lot of neighborhood involvement. One thing I noticed when I was at the site is that the property line may not be clearly delineated based on the offset between the different fences. Do we know where that property line is at this point? Is there either a site survey or any additional information relative to where the actual fence is and where the property line is? This might be a question for staff or for either the Sufnars or the Agabians. If anyone has that information.
So within the city archives, we would have the original construction drawings, and then the original survey that was provided as part of the project when it was constructed back in 2001. What that doesn't account for if anything's been altered since then, right? So if that original wall or fence was ever removed and rebuilt, so to say that we know exactly where all that lands today, well, we wouldn't necessarily be able to. So we'd have an archive record, but really to know how all the structures sit today would likely take a new survey.
So there was a Den engineering report study done when this home was built by Anastasia in 2001, and that's on record. I did talk to them, and they have been here. Unfortunately, to figure out exactly where that rear property line is, they would need to come out and do another portion of that Den engineering report. But just based on the findings of our building, the code, what's on file, what was previously done, we're still about 1.5 feet shy of where our 15-foot rear setback, which is in our building plan. So right now, from our house to our fence is 13.5 feet. So that's visibly seen along our property line. On the other, the house to the right and the house to the left, their fences are, 1 foot to 2 feet further than ours. So that's just based on the preliminary findings that I was able to gather.
Perfect, thank you. And just to echo Commissioner Hensley's point, ideally we'll find some reasonable compromise here because our goal was never to do something terrible to one neighbor or anything like that. So we're just looking for solutions here and appreciate everyone's time tonight. Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Yeah, Dan, you bring up Chair Elder, sorry about that. You bring up a really interesting point. That you notice the offset in the fences there because it looks like that may have been done at one point as maybe a concession or something, that the entire dividing fence and is actually a short retaining wall because there's about a 3-foot drop to the next rear property. And it looks like the Suffner's property may actually encompass that entire fence and retaining wall and perhaps even a slice of the adjoining yard. So it's an interesting thing that you saw there. And that would mean that they're definitely not beyond their 0 lot line, which they can do. And I just thought that was a really interesting thing that you noticed, and I appreciate that you saw that.
No, thank you. Those are the details we're looking for. Going back to, trying to find reasonable accommodations, one of the issues seems to be water runoff. Should the structure remain, would you be open to adding rain gutters? That seems like a reasonable solution, but for the appellants, is that something you would consider?
Absolutely.
Okay. And then in terms of staff's, interpretation of the situation, does that seem likely to resolve that particular problem, even though it may not be required? Would there be additional concerns with adding rain gutters or anything else related to the runoff?
I don't believe so, Director Forbes. I don't think there'd be anything additional.
It would not just the gutters, but then it would also have to drain onto their property, not onto the neighbor's property.
Chair, it appears Ms. Agabian has her hand up again. I don't know if maybe she had something to relay regarding the wall.
I think you answered it. If there was regarding the fence line and property line, I think you answered it.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, if you don't mind giving your take on that.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
The fence appears to be, there is I would say that the fence is probably all on our neighbor's property. The retaining wall as well as the fence is on their property. So that's just based off of, I think everyone's made the observation. If you look along the fence on either side of our property line, that our neighbors' fences seem to be more north by the width of a cinder block, so 6 inches. There's a 6-inch offset where it juts south at our property, and then it jets back out on either side. So I don't know if that's any help.
No, thank you. And then in terms of the water runoff issue you've noted, if there were rain gutters installed, which eliminated that runoff from the roof, would that alleviate your concern with that? Not that this is a requirement by code or anything like that, but just trying to find, solutions here.
That should help. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Ung.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair Elder. Just had a question, and I think it's directed towards staff. If it was determined that the interpretation that you have, is deemed, by the Planning Commission to be the case, what are the alternatives? Would it require, let's say, the applicant to seek a variance, or what? Short of having to remove or modify, what other alternatives are available?
Yeah, if the decision was upheld, certainly the whole structure does not need to be removed, but I think there would have to be a modification. I don't see where this would meet we have very strict criteria for variances, all of you know, and as we've seen them come before the board or the commission. So it would be something that would have to be a modification of the structure, but it wouldn't have to be a removal of the entire structure. I think Commissioner Strutzenberg, offered one option. There are others that they could devise and come up with.
Yeah, it just seemed to me that, I'm trying to visualize, what Commissioner Strutzenberg had shown, and yeah, it might be somewhat meet the intent of what it currently is, but it would seem, if you were to kind of take the before and after, it would kind of seem, kind of Mickey Mouse, in comparison with what it is now, to try to get the same, intent. And I was just wondering, what, without saying that the interpretation is incorrect, what alternatives there are to uphold the director decision, but try to do do the right thing, although it's not compliant.
Understood. I want to just be clear, what I have to work with is what the code is, right? And certainly I think, throughout the conversation, there are things that have shifted and changed as far as what people's needs are, interests are, especially in the last year. But I can't make my judgment based on, what something looks like or what it should be. I have to base it on what the code, how I'm interpreting the code. And in this case, it very clearly discusses accessory structures. So I get your point is you're trying to see, is there another avenue for them to pursue that? And unfortunately, I don't know that it would meet that variance criteria. Sean, if you wouldn't mind just yeah. Okay. He's already shaking his head.
Yeah, no, and the findings would be, they wouldn't be tenable. There's nothing unique about this property. It's in line with all the adjacent properties with the same zoning, and, that standard right there would mean we would have to grant a special privilege, which is another tenet that you can't do. It can't be a granting of a special privilege. So there's no unique circumstance to the property that are zoned similarly in proximity, and it would be an obvious granting of a special privilege. And those are the two criteria that we couldn't violate.
Okay. No, thank you for explaining that.
Okay.
All right. That's it for me. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yeah, and I think, again, what Commissioner Strutzenberg illustrated is that what's allowed under this interpretation of the code is essentially the same as what we have now. It's just the separation between the two structures where they're not, yep, there it is, where they're not connected. So it is essentially exactly the same thing. But again, we're looking not to confer a special benefit. One thing that's come up quite a bit, though, is the moral hazard of allowing something to go forward that's been issued stop orders, something that doesn't comply with code, that has been, and certainly want to be cognizant of that. Also want to make people aware, though, that regardless of the outcome, this project would still have to pass inspection, and passing inspection after something's been built is going to be fairly significantly challenging relative to when all the studs are exposed and the electrical is exposed. So inspection of a completed project can often involve tearing out parts of it so that you can see the exposed electrical or these other components. So it's not the way anyone wants to do inspection. It's likely to involve costly, repairs and whatnot to a completed structure. Now, since the structure has been already completed. So I just wanted to make people aware of that too. It's not like everything just magically is okay if we upheld their appeal. But yeah, Commissioner Hensley.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Elder. One question for staff. Before we close the public hearing, it sounds like at least there's some interest, and we'll see when we deliberate a little bit more. But in the draft resolution, I didn't see any conditions listed in the draft resolution. Are we able to add conditions?
Right. So we provided you with two resolutions. One is the one that we had recommended as staff upholding the decision. The other is yours if you choose to go that route. But you'd have to come up with your findings. We put the specific findings that would need to be found. But then, any other findings you would want and any conditions that you would want to put on.
Okay, and because there's currently no conditions, it may be a little tricky to do verbally. Would staff want, and again, we're going to go down that road in a little bit, would staff want some time to make something that everyone could look at, or is
We, if you're, we can pull up that resolution and,
okay.
I've worked on language
on the fly.
On the fly.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right. Thank you. I just wanted to confirm that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Yeah, I think we're to the point. I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to close public hearing.
So really quick, I do see that Lisa Agabian has her hand up. Do we want to call on her again before we close the public hearing?
Yes, I'd like to hear from her.
I'm sorry. Are we allowed to have someone who's already spoken to speak again?
In the agenda, it says you can with a vote of the commission.
Yeah, if there's a motion and a second.
Cheryl, we'll make a motion then so we can hear from Ms. Agabian again.
Is there a second?
A second.
Commissioner Godek, motion by Commissioner Hensley, seconded by Commissioner Godek. Is anyone opposed? Commissioner Hensley, sorry, do you want to state a time limit for your?
Sure, 2 minutes.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that, Commissioner Hensley. I apologize.
I'm sorry, 2 minutes.
Minutes? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Lisa, if you'd like to speak for 2 minutes real quick.
Sure, actually, it'll be a lot quicker than that. I just wanted to say that my understanding is the 450 square foot outdoor open space requirement will require 50% of the roof to be open. Is that correct? Because my understanding is with only 13 and a half feet to the back fence, the outdoor open space is less than what it would be if the fence was 15 feet from the house.
No, to clarify that, it's 50% of the required outdoor living space, the 450 square feet, 50% of that would have to be open.
Yeah. I did a real quick breakdown, if I may. We are right on the edge. We could be about 35 feet shy of the 50% requirement. So there might a modification would be necessary in order to achieve that. So that's another wrinkle that could be solved with the preliminary design that was that has been floated, in the sense that the structure itself then would be smaller, and I think it's about 19 feet long. So if we lose 2.5 feet of it, we could gain that necessary open space, outdoor living space requirement. So it'd be close. We'd calculate that through a subsequent re-review process.
And given the location of the fence relative to the property line, would outdoor living space potentially include some of the neighbor's yard even? If it's down the
Yeah,
property line?
Yes, I was thinking of that as well, but it's not accessible. So it wouldn't constitute the reality of this property.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Strutzenberg.
What was the roof area that you calculated right now, Sean?
What was that?
What was the roof area you calculated right now?
It was
in plan form?
Yes, 13.5 feet or 13 feet 5 inches and 19 feet 4 inches.
But it's not 15.5, is it?
No, 13.
Oh, 13.5. And
Yes.
what width you said? 19?
And then 19 feet 4 inches.
So 0.33. Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
I don't see any other hands up. Commissioner Strutzenberg, I think, did you make a motion to close the public hearing?
Yes, I had before. I'll remake the motion to close public hearing.
And I'll second it.
A motion and a second. I see Commissioner Berg raised your hand though. Did you have something else to add before we take a vote on that?
Yes, I did actually. Just real quick. So the open space requirement, does that mean it has to be completely open, or that they would have to completely readjust that roof, or could you put a skylight in, for example?
I could open up some, although it would have to be completely open. It's open to the sky.
Okay.
Okay.
And could that have some kind of closing mechanism, or it has to be permanently opened?
As it's applied, permanently open.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hensley.
Yeah, sorry, the questions just keep coming. Sean, for that calculation, doesn't 50%, or like when you start at the edge of their roof structure and you go underneath it, doesn't that space underneath it, does any of that count? Like 50, like some part of it because a percentage of it is open? Sorry, I'm not explaining that well.
Yeah, that's okay.
Does any,
What you mean is an eave, right? Like a roof.
yeah, does any
eave?
part of under the roof ground count as open space or not? Because
it does, but it does count as their open space, but you can't have more than 50% of the required open space covered.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So it goes into the 450 square foot calculation, but you can't have more than 200, whatever, 225 covered.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm struggling a little bit to visualize that.
You know, I have a question in regards to that because we're way over. I mean, we only cover 38%. We have way more than 50% open air, open space in our outdoor living space.
62% is open.
Sean, does the outdoor living space, are the side setbacks counted in outdoor living space, or do we?
In the rear yard, yes.
In the rear, okay.
It's rear yard.
Okay.
Okay.
Commissioner, oh, sorry, did you have more?
Yeah, maybe if I can ask the applicant, would there be any interest if in reducing the size of the closed roof by, it seems like it's going to be a matter of feet?
Well, I believe we're well within the outdoor living space requirements. I don't know why that would be required, because based on our numbers, we're well below the threshold and have way more than 50% open to the.
Yeah, it's a complicated calculation, which we only recently went over, and it took us 3 months to wrap our heads around.
Wow. So I'm definitely not going to get it today.
Yeah, no problem. So, okay, that's a ring.
Is that a new formula or?
No, but basically when your house was built, the whole rear yard is open, and what you have for rear setback more than exceeds your requirement for outdoor living space. That's why in an R2 lot, it's really not usually a problem. And roofs aren't really a problem in rear setbacks. So that's why this doesn't come up too often. So we're trying to kind of, usually you would have like a deck with a roof, and you can only count the open spaces of the deck. So that's why it's a little complicated in this situation to figure out exactly what is and isn't out. So, yeah, it's a little complicated, but all right, thank you.
Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Sean, are you looking at the code for the 2.1510, the outdoor living space code? Because I'm reading there under, where was I just on it? Yeah, under C1A, are open to the sky for 50% of their actual area. You're muted, Sean, if you're talking.
Apologies. Let me catch up with you.
Yeah, I'm in 2-2.1510, the outdoor living space requirements, and I'm in paragraph C1A is where it calls out, and are open to the sky for 50% of their actual area. And I think it would qualify then.
Okay, so open to the sky for 50% of their actual area and enclosed by no more than 3 building lots. Yeah, let me do some calculations, but yeah, that could be correct. So we have roughly 675 square feet of rear yard and 260 feet of covered. So what is that?
We're well below the.
That's less. That's less than the actual area.
Yeah, and the code does call out, I believe, it says
what is
50% of the actual area.
Yeah, that's interesting. So it meets that, but the actual required is 450 square feet. Okay, so yeah, we should be all right.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. I had to go in and look at it myself because it's very detailed, so I appreciate that.
Yes. So we should be okay with outdoor living space. No change required.
That's good news for that. And with that, I will remake my motion to close public hearing unless anyone else still has something.
And I'll second that.
We have a motion by Commissioner Strutzenberg, seconded by Commissioner Topper to close the public hearing. Commissioner Berg.
Yes.
Commissioner Ung.
Yes.
Commissioner Topero,
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley,
Yes.
Commissioner Strutzenberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Godek,
Yes.
and I will also vote yes. So the public hearing is now closed. Now we get to begin our deliberation. Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Sorry, hand was still up from before. Taking it down.
Does anyone have any additional questions for staff, or would anyone like to make a motion of any type?
I'd like to do a little bit of deliberation here. If staff could humor me and get the slide of the overview of the neighborhood. Lena, you know the picture which shows the overhead.
The one with the stars on it for the houses and things, that one?
Any one of those, which shows the topography of the general neighborhood.
Okay. Yeah, bear with me one moment. Of course, now my Adobe is freezing for whatever reason. Okay, yes, let me share my screen. Was it this one right here, Commissioner Topper?
No, there's one which shows a lot more of the neighborhood.
That was in my presentation?
I don't know. Yeah, maybe or not. Well, this.
Okay.
Lena, I believe it's in the package.
It is. Yeah, but
Oh, is it in the appellant's materials, maybe?
I think she's talking about the one where the Suffners had put it together with the stars on the different neighbors.
Yeah. It's
Oh, got it. Okay.
Bigger picture of the entire neighborhood.
It's slide 13.
Okay. Let me I can pull that up.
Page 45 of the packet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, just give me a moment. It'll just take a minute to pull up.
And just a reminder to the public hearing has been closed now.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I'm sorry, page 45 of the packet.
Yeah, that's one with the stars on
Yeah.
it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also, the last two pages of the packet have an even broader view of the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? I
Can
think
anyone
I'm
hear me?
a little bit off.
Can you hear me?
There we
Lena,
go.
can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry. Yes.
You haven't closed the meeting to the public.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, I don't know that there was a vote for that, was there?
Are we supposed to be on?
We did have a motion, and a second, and a vote
You
to close the public hearing.
You did have the vote?
Yeah.
Yes.
You can still stay on to listen to the meeting, but we're just not taking public testimony.
Okay.
Okay.
So you had it. It did. Go
Okay, so I'm sorry. So you know what? Let me go slower. Sorry, you guys. So just make sure. Are you seeing the presentation on the
Yeah,
screen?
page 32. It keep going.
Okay.
Just to clarify for those listening, this isn't a closed session discussion or anything we're having. This is still open to the public. We just can't talk with the public or hear from the public anymore.
It's.
But this one right here.
Yeah, so first of all, foremost, I would like to commend the appellants to the work that they did and the rally of the community around this. We saw this also on Elvira, on the street Elvira, where the neighborhood really came together on some development that was going on. So when we look at this, I want everybody to remember that this was, you know, at one point there were single residences, and I think there's only one left, which is like the fourth one from the left on the top, and everything else is now 2 units. So essentially, you know, we dropped the ball in terms of, you know, my biggest thing is open space. And that's one of the reasons I came onto this commission is for open space. And for those of you listening, the commission is now reviewing how we define the open space. And we're trying to deal with that. So it's interesting that this comes up. But when you look at this picture, I just want everybody to imagine how it was with the one little house on there and how and the irony is that this is called a low density. This is called low density. I mean, it's essentially, it's all paved over except for the little patches of grass in the front, maybe, and maybe some attempts in the back. So in terms of open space, this, you know, the ball's been dropped in the 60s, 70s, and 80s when all this development happened. And so how do we make this, quote, low density, not so low density, all paved over kind of stuff, more livable? And I think the presentation by the appellants was really quite amazing in getting the neighborhood in. So even though that I am all for open space, I mean, you know, essentially this structure would work if we just buzz cut the roof at the house and then went 5 feet in and buzz cut it again and put 2 pillars, which is really quite ridiculous. I think that in terms of the noise and the visibility into the neighbors' yards, rather than trees, I would recommend some trellising so that the trellises can be cut on from both sides. Because, you know, if you plant trees on a near a property line, those trees are going to come over into your yard. And then there's going to be the big debate, you know, as to, you know, cutting the trees and maintenance of the trees and things like that. So I would recommend something more of a strong trellis plant on both sides in very, very large containers out of the ground. And of course, the gutters that were proposed. So the reality is these people here living in these R2s have very little to work with. And I think that what they've done, you know, I don't know if there should be a fine for having gone against the code. And obviously there were many lessons learned by them along the way. And this is not the way we want to encourage building in the city of Redondo Beach. We want things approved beforehand rather than post facto. So it's there's a lot of enormous drama with this one little project, you know, really. I mean, that's what I thought when I was, you know, scrolling through everything. I go, wow, this is amazing drama for this little pergola. And then I loved Rolf's, Commissioner Stuttenberg's comment about, well, if you had the eaves, you know, then they would cover it. And that's it's almost the irony of the whole thing. And you don't want to be going outside of your sliding glass doors and then have a 5-foot gap with you know, and so it's a complicated issue, but I think the space is beautiful. I think they've done a great job, and I hope that we can find some ways to make everybody happy. So that's all I wanted to say.
Excellent. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the one thing that I'm sensing consensus on is that the code as interpreted would essentially result in the same project, likely a lesser project, even though it would be functionally the same. So there's kind of two issues here. One is, does the code itself need to be updated to allow for something like this? Because there does seem to be, you know, the general appeal of it does seem, there's consensus around that versus what would be allowed under the current interpretation of the code, which is the same thing, just slightly less functional, but it does not change the footprint. It doesn't really have any meaningful change other than to have non-connecting overhangs instead of directly attached, which, again, I'm not a building engineer, but I would agree with Commissioner Stutzenberg, seems more sturdy and reliable that way. So just my 2 cents, but Commissioner Berg?
Yeah, I just wanted to concur with the other commissioners on that. It seems like it would actually be less attractive to stagger the roof, in essence, is what we're talking about. And then it blocks their pathway to go through. It's very beautiful as you look from the sides. It is striking there. And that seems to go really against, if the people in the back were complaining about what it looks like now, I think it's going to look worse. So I'm sure that we can probably come up with some demands on the appellants that, I like the gutter idea, maybe some trestling or, something to that effect. And as for fines, I'm sure they're going to be hit with some extra costs. I'm sure there's going to probably be some change or, I know when I bought my house, as an example, the people never closed the permit. So when they came to inspect after I had moved in, I had to open up the walls to show the inspector that everything had been done at my expense, even though it wasn't something that I had done or closed. So that is a risk that I think they take. But I just think it's actually silly to force them to make it look worse than it is to meet the letter of the law.
And just to point out, this is the interpretation of the letter of the law too. So the findings we have to make are regarding the interpretation. So if we agree with the letter of the law, we shouldn't necessarily make findings against following the letter of the law. Just to clarify that, Commissioner Tupro.
Yeah, I want to say that's very well said. What you just said. We're looking. The real issue is that in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, the laws of nature were broken. This is where the root cause is. There was no respect for the land, and it was greed, and everything was overbuilt. And so now we have what we have. And like I said, the commission is looking at open space. And we're going through the code and we're revamping it because it doesn't work anymore. What worked then it needs to be updated. So I want everyone to know that the commission is working very hard to look at these disparities and semantics and interpretation to make it clearer, and particularly with more of a respect towards nature now. It's like we've gone overboard and overbuilt. And so how now can we reclaim more open space going forward? So anyway, that's that.
Thank you. Commissioner Stutzenberg.
Yeah, I believe we kind of converged here. I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to adopt a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of Redondo Beach upholding an appeal of the administrative design review decision and approving the approving the request for an accessory structure. However, I'm going to propose that we change it from accessory structure to accessory structure roof. Everywhere that within the resolution that it says accessory structure, I think we would be better served to say accessory structure roof. I think that'll still reach this unique situation, and it won't set a precedent that could be relied upon for actually true accessory structure, well, what I would call true accessory structures with walls and so forth going into the 5 foot, which I definitely don't think we want to do. But this is we found kind of a unique thing here. So my resolution or my motion is to adopt the resolution again to uphold the appeal, with the caveat that we would change the wording from accessory structure to accessory structure roof everywhere it appears, and also add the condition that rain gutters be added to the north lower edge of the roof that drain onto the subject property. And I'm open to friendly amendments for anything else that anyone see would be applicable here.
Yeah, I'd like to second that motion with a friendly amendment of adding trellis structures on both sides of the chimney, as was recommended in the drawings, and not trees.
I'm open to that if staff confers that we can do that within height limitations. Because I had that same thought, Chantel, but I was concerned about height limitations.
And we might want to be flexible and just leave it up to them to figure out whether that's trees or trellis or whatnot as well. I agree. I think trellis makes sense. That's what I use in my yard, but I'm not an expert. So
yeah, no, trees can be very aggressive. Trees can be very aggressive, and you don't have a lot of space. I mean, on my property, over the years I've grown 300 varieties of fruit trees. You can imagine, So I know a little thing about trees, to say the least. And
These are potted trees also, which contains them somewhat, but
right,
back to
yeah.
point.
So that's why I'm recommending trees that are espaliered or something like that in very large, kind of like concrete containers or something to give them the size and the healthy root. And to add more nature, to add more green, please. This is so important. So anyway, that's my friendly amendment, pushing for more nature as well.
And I appreciate it. I believe I accept that with the fact that if staff, can we do something like that? Is there a height limitation to that?
Can you tell me what it was? I missed what she was saying because I was typing up your comment. And I only caught like part of that. So I want to know what it is specifically that was the request.
Well, one of the recommendations was to put, some trees on both sides of the chimney. And I'm suggesting that rather than trees, which have to be pruned and then can be invasive into the neighbor's yard, blah, 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 to put up trellis or espalier kind of thing. So, I mean, in terms of height, I mean, if you put some damn cypress trees there, or the Italian cypress, I mean, they'll go 40 feet, So I don't know about the height thing. I mean, the trellis will have a certain height. I think it should at least go up to the roof to mitigate sound and buffer and most of all privacy. I mean, who wants to be looking at each other's backyard, really? So I think that whatever it is should at least go up to the roof line if that is permitted by law.
Maybe plantings to the height of the roof must be installed.
Yeah, something like that.
Either
preferably trellis.
The fireplace portion of the structure.
Yeah. Which is what was in the recommended amendment by the plaintiff. Mm-hmm.
And the point is to buffer sound.
Buffer sound and bring more nature into that backyard.
Buffer sound. So plantings as approved by the planning division. How's that? Because usually, if there's something along those lines, it's not just like, well, they're going to put some plantings and it may not actually meet that requirement.
It should go up to the roof line to really provide a privacy screen, buffer noise, and to put some oxygen into the air through the photosynthesis of the plants.
So I actually looked into this. I know you're talking about the sides on both of the.
We've closed the public hearing at this point. Sorry. We do have some commissioners with hands up, though. Maybe I get some feedback on the friendly amendment. Commissioner Hensley?
Yeah, thank you, Taylor. When I thought of my concern with the trellis part is that it's a little green and it's a little thing, but it's not really going to cut down on noise, which seems to be one of the back resident issues. So I had thought of, making one of the conditions actually plant trees if the rear neighbor was so inclined on the rear neighbor's property, let them have their 2 big trees and protect against, seeing into their neighbor's yard. If they're open to it. I mean, you can't make them put them in, but, if the applicant would purchase and make available whatever trees they wanted that would block the sound, I think that would be a better solution than the trellis. The other condition I was interested in was, I'm a little worried with the applicant's cook area and now the roof and now the thing. I'm a little worried if they had any more accessory structures or anything else in their backyard, it's going to be a little much. So I would be interested in some sort of condition about, basically any other accessory structure, that wants to be added to this property in the future needs some extra review or, I don't know, something extra here to make sure that it doesn't become too much. And then the fourth was just get all required permits and building whatever code language we want to put in there as a condition. And then as the I'll go over these again. As the resolution is written, it says they have 36 months, but I'd like to shorten that so that, you know, everyone can get a resolution on this and move on. I think 3 years to finish this up is too long. So, anyway, so let me go over those again. I like the roof, water, you know, I just had water mitigation because I could use a drip edge or something else. To me, it didn't have to be gutters, but gutters are okay. Instead of a trellis, I would prefer 2 trees actually in the rear neighbor's yard if they would accommodate them, because I think that would help with the noise a lot more. Number 3, I want some sort of, you know, any additional accessory structure in the future needs, I don't know, another level of review. I don't know exactly how to word it. And then number 4 is make sure all permits and code things are met. And then number 5 is, you know, reduce the time from 36 months. So anyway, I know there's a motion in a second, but those would be the conditions that I would like to see.
Are those friendly amendments?
Yeah, I see. Just checking feedback.
I see concerns with those if we start imposing something on the property owner to a neighbor's property. That gets a little difficult, perhaps. And
I agree. We should stay away from that.
Yeah.
They can plant trees if they want. I mean, you know, if they're having a problem, then hey, I would have planted something over there as soon as the project would have begun if it was something that was bothering me.
Yeah,
and again, we don't have a site survey too, so even if they plant trees, it could still actually be on the appellant's yard, technically just the other side of the fence.
Doesn't city usually negotiate these types of things? I mean, is that something that the planning commission can sort of broker between the neighbors? I'm sure they've done this before.
Try to avoid getting in those fights.
I wouldn't want to put conditions on this.
Not set up.
That requires access approvals. We'll be here another 5 hours to hash that agree. And I don't want to be the mediator of that. Like, that's not, I don't think our department should be managing that.
And Brandy, the 36 months is a boilerplate kind of thing, isn't it?
It is. I would think, just to be fair, I would, 6 months maybe, but I'm just concerned if there's anything that they have to do for, like engineering drawings or things like that.
I think 12 months would be okay. In my mind, that should be enough time, but 36 just seems,
Yeah, you're right. It's absolutely a boilerplate, right?
Okay. All right. Yeah. So my concern is that if we just go with the trellis, and I'm open to other things, but basically if we don't, I feel, again, I'm okay with their roof, but if we don't do enough to mitigate, back neighbor has every right to appeal our decisions to the council. They can continue down a road. So I'm trying to find something that can make everyone happy. So that's my goal there. But yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Ung.
Yeah, had a couple of questions. It's already confusing with buildings and structures, and I heard the motion referring to a accessory structure roof, and are we able to define another type of accessory structure? I'm just trying to. It's highly unusual that we call it something that doesn't have a definition. Is anyone?
You're choosing to interpret, and if it's allowing the attachment of the accessory structure roof to the main structure, it takes away the making that section of the code null and void for accessory structure setbacks from each other or from, it's your decision.
Okay. Well, that was actually my second question was, are we looking at a single accessory structure, which includes a roof and a fireplace, or are we looking at two separate structures, one which was approved, and then the second one that we're calling accessory structure roof?
No, we were considering it because the fireplace structure then became a portion of this, it's supporting that roof. It became a part of this structure that it now it's just like they expanded the accessory structure is what they did. They expanded accessory structure, but I mean, it doesn't have the structural component, which is, your concern. But then the roof, so the roof becomes that structural component. I guess. It's yours.
Well, okay.
I'm gonna leave it there. It's yours to have your findings.
Or if I may, to Commissioner Strutzenberg's point, how I'm kind of seeing it too is, so you have the fireplace structure, which is compliant. It's a compliant detached accessory structure over 5 feet away from the main home. And basically now what you're approving, or what we're looking at is now a roof, right? A roof over the two, right? So a roof that attaches to the home and extends out to the accessory structure, right? So so the accessory structure itself in the fireplace component meets code. And so maybe we're trying to define what this roof is, right?
I'm saying the whole thing is an accessory structure and the roof is but here's my concern is there's size limitations on accessory structures. And I want, to be clear, I don't want this whole roof and then something else can come up right against it, and not having that 5 foot setback going forward. So, and I'm not saying anything that I'm just thinking in the hypothetical. I don't mean anything to the applicant.
Well,
I'm just saying,
because my thinking says if you've got two structures, now you have to have 2 5 foot separations between the house and the roof and the fireplace, if you consider them distinct structures.
Yeah, no, and I think that's why we were considering that all one structure with the fireplace. Is the fireplace now became part of that structure. So I don't think I see what you're saying is you're concerned that we're defining it, but I think what maybe Commissioner Strutzenberg, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is you're saying the roof of the accessory structure we're permitting it to be attached to the house. So it's not, this roof is its own new definition. It's the roof of this accessory structure is allowed to attach to the house.
Yeah, and that was, you captured it well, I believe, because my main concern was if we just say accessory structure, we do perhaps open a bigger door than we want to. That could be potentially used as in reference to in the future for other people that want to do things like this. And I don't want walls built within 5 feet. That's not something we want. This roof is like a unique situation, but not walls.
Can we say for an accessory structures roof so that we're that it's the possession of that accessory structure?
Absolutely. So just make structures plural.
Yeah, I'm good with that too.
And not plural.
I think it's
Apostrophe S.
Apostrophe S. Yes.
Yeah. Apostrophe. Yeah. Ah, yes. Okay. Apostrophe.
Very nice nuance. Thank you for that, Commissioner Strutzenberg, and for Director Forbes for
Sure.
polishing it. That's great.
And maybe we make it explicit and say with no walls adjacent to the primary structure too, just to make that exactly clear, because again, that's not what anyone wants, but that's not what this is.
Yeah.
And I'm fine with that too. That's really the intent that I'm trying to get to, is we don't want to open that door in any way.
Yeah, I'm good too.
And Wayne, are you okay with that?
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm just, again, trying not to set some sort of precedence for someone to take this one and do something unintended.
Well,
and also to make sure that whatever we okay, it doesn't, all of a sudden this roof doesn't grow walls. So I like that.
Right, we can have that as a condition.
So did we capture any more of Matt's friendly amendments, or did we decide not to do that?
Yeah, I think you kind of captured my attention of, I didn't want other accessory structures being built in this backyard, basically. So the no sides is a good compromise. I'm okay with that. Brandy, is there some sort of boilerplate language we can use to ensure that all the permits and whatever are achieved?
Let's go through all the, because I've got some language there. And Lena, if you wouldn't mind seeing if there is something boilerplate that we've had in other approvals about having to gain all required permits, then we can add that in there. But I just want to make sure we capture any other conditions.
So I think it's back to my original, except for the fact that we decided to do accessory structures with the possessive form with an apostrophe S roof, and the condition that rain gutters be added to the lower edge of the roof at the north end that drain onto the subject property. Was there any other ones that we did come to agreement on to add?
No walls.
No walls.
No walls.
And I'm fine with that.
How we word that.
Here's what, how about if I go through what I heard, and then you tell me, no, you heard it wrong, or yes, that's what we, okay. So that this is accessory structures roof attached to the rear elevation. So I'll make the adjustments in there. I'm going to still keep that my decision was the attached accessory structure does not meet. So we're clear that it doesn't meet that, but that here we're talking about the roof. So we'll get the roof there for all the other required spots. And then I added under the hereby be it resolved section 1, at the end of that I put with the following conditions. Rain gutters to be added to the north roof of the structure that drain onto the 2015 Spire Lane Unit B property away from the property to the north. Plantings as approved by the planning division to the height shall be installed. Shall be installed to the height of the roof of the structure and must be installed on either side of the fireplace portion of the structure to buffer sound and incorporate natural elements. Hold on.
Ask for a pause on that one. And looking at the picture, we're not talking under the roof or within the roof area, because that has some side panels to it. We're talking beyond the roof line.
I put shall be installed to the height of the roof of the structure.
On the sides of the chimney. I mean, on both sides of the chimney, I guess.
But on each side of the chimney, Chantel, there's already some structure there if you look at the picture.
Yeah.
It's like seating.
Yeah, like it goes to the other side, the back side of that, yeah.
Yeah, so there's not space to really put plantings there.
And the grill area might not have room either.
Lena, maybe if you want to bring up the picture, I'm on page 37 of the report, page 5 of there. It's got courtyard or current backyard photos, just to remind everybody what it looks like.
37 of the agenda packet?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm thinking that, whatever planting you can get in that little space, between the fence and the thing is just not going to be enough in my mind. But
yeah, it's going to be pots.
Yeah, it'll green it up. It'll be an improvement, but it won't, in my opinion, it wouldn't satisfy the rear neighbors, concern sufficiently. So.
Yeah, that's the one, Lena. Thank you. So yeah, it's got those side structures, and then this is hardscaped all the way to the fence too, I believe. So anything going in would be probably potted, like they've got right now.
Yeah, it's got to be potted.
Or I think maybe Commissioner Tupper, did you mean like a lattice in the basically the opening?
Yes.
Make it look bigger if you have a lattice with vines.
Yes, a lattice with some thick vines will provide. It will reduce the noise and it will also provide the privacy, which is tantamount in my opinion. Especially if people are videotaping each other. My God, please put some trellises right away.
It really seems like the best place to put this stuff is going to be in the neighbor's yard. I mean, if this is all cemented over, they're just not going to get the growth out of the pots.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Back neighbor's yard. Yeah.
And that's
if you look at the pictures.
I think that with
You're muted, Chantel.
Chantel, you just muted yourself.
You unmuted right at the end, Chantel. Now you're muted again.
I was just saying that it's all about the soil, and with some good sized planters and the right plants, you can do a very nice covering of that area. So it's completely doable.
Can we leave it more open-ended?
I think this one's kind of tricky. This is where we can get lost in some minutia here.
But again, it should not be anything to do with the other neighbor. It could be with this particular property. And the recommendation was to put some sort of a greenery, screen. And so that's going to be up to the appellant to find something that they're happy with, and that will meet the little drawings that had been proposed by the contestant.
Staff, how high could they go with lattice work for something like that?
Well, we're trying to go to the roof, right?
Yeah, fences, hedges, and walls limited to 6 feet. But
if it's part
that's the fence right now.
If it's part of the structure, then it's supposed to be open on 3 sides. I think material, though, can still technically be open. It's not structure. We don't define landscaping and planting as structure, so we could look at some screen wall there. Wall's the wrong term, but living material, plant material from roof eave down to that cement structure on either side of the chimney as essentially kind of plant material, which isn't the fencing, so it's not limited to the 6 feet height.
Yeah, exactly.
Just to point out, we're looking at imposing a condition on a neighbor that on just one neighbor who doesn't even have full access to their yard. So it's not optimal, but yeah, I do think screening is necessary between the two neighbors for everyone's peace of mind.
I think we're clear on your direction on this, and we can do it within zoning ordinance provisions. So Brandy will probably have some nice language that'll give.
I don't have anything different than what I just gave you. I don't know what else to. I just put plantings as approved by the planning division.
Yeah.
I'll be installed to the height of the roof of the structure. And must be installed on either side of the fireplace portion of the structure to buffer sound and incorporate natural elements.
Yeah.
And provide.
So it's in there, and we know
It's
what to
going to
do.
be on us. So
I'm good with that. If Commissioner Stuttenberg is good with it, I'm good.
I'm good with that. It leaves it pretty open and puts the onus on staff to work something out. I think we've agreed on the intent of what we want to do.
Right.
And we can do something
I'd
like
ask
that.
the Suffners to start coming up with some ideas. That's all.
And I'm sure they'd be amenable to doing things like that. I just don't want to hard line it in something that really it doesn't end up being doable. That's why, and I appreciate Lena bringing up the pictures again so we can see there's some limitations there. So
Right.
So easy now, you can go on Instagram or all these different Pinterest or whatever, and you can just Google stuff and get all kinds of fabulous ideas on how to do a vegetative treatment, if you will.
So will there be language in this that will, if they decide to move in a year and the new owners come in and say, I can't stand all this vegetation and want to rip it out? I mean, is this going to be mandated for everybody? And how can you, exactly. I mean, how can you put a mandate on a new owner? You can't have an agreement between a party that's not in the deal. So how are you going to enforce that?
This would run with the land.
It would. Okay.
It's a condition of approval.
Yeah.
So if they take away one of the conditions, they no longer have approval for that structure.
Correct.
Shall be maintained by the owner. Okay, now the next one is, if any other accessory structure is to be considered in this rear yard, it must meet the Redondo Beach Municipal Code, and all required municipal permits must be obtained prior to any construction. And I added this, it's a little tough, but it's up to you. I'm throwing it out there just because, I know you're looking at how do we keep this permits, or the structure will be required to be removed. The additional structure. I don't mean this one. I mean the additional. Can we read that again? Okay.
Yes,
if any other accessory structure is to be considered in this, any additional accessory structure is to be considered in this rear yard, it must meet the Redondo Beach Municipal Code, and all required municipal permits must be obtained prior to any construction, or the additional structure will be required to be removed.
That has some teeth.
Okay.
And
I saw a little
I'm
thumbs
seeing
up
a
there.
thumbs up, so.
Yeah, no, that's not.
Is that enforceable? Do they, by them agreeing to that, they give up their rights to appeal, for example, or I mean, if that's the way this is going to be written?
They just have to come, if it requires a permit, they have to for the permit before they construct it. So it's not, so they'd have to meet the Redondo Beach Municipal Code.
Subject to 120 square feet?
If it's less than 120 square feet, it doesn't require it. So then it would meet the Redondo Beach Municipal Code. That wouldn't, but anything beyond that would require that. Okay, so that one, we're good with that for now? I'm not seeing any, okay. No walls may be added to this accessory structure.
Within 5 feet? Or no walls at all? I think we're overriding code then if we say no walls at all.
Yeah, I think the goal is just to ensure that we're not conferring anything special. We're making it very clear that this is just the accessory structure's roof, then no walls within 5 feet of the house. We don't want to create a new class of structure.
Got it. Within 5 feet of the, what's the code say? Specifically, I just want to make sure that it's in line with the code.
I think it's from the house or between accessory structures.
It's called something, the dwelling unit.
Yeah. You're right.
I think Lena's
It's between a dwelling unit and an accessory structure.
Okay, great.
Main building.
5 feet of the dwelling unit.
Dwelling unit.
Okay, or any other accessory structure.
I'm going to ask maybe a dumb question here, but would they be allowed to put up, the plastic sheeting if all of a sudden, we had another terrible rainy season and they want to make sure that the place is a little bit more enclosed? Does that count as a wall?
That's not a wall.
No, it's not a wall. Yeah.
Okay, so that would be allowed. Okay.
Yeah. Or I've seen those fabric, almost like awning type, where they
like
surround.
curtains, like
Yeah.
And then the fifth one I have, unless Lena had found some other language, I put all required municipal permits must be obtained by the city, from the city of Redondo Beach.
So our usual standard language we've used in the past is the property owner shall submit construction plans and obtain all required approvals and permits from the city's Building and Safety Division. It ends with prior to the commencement of construction, but I guess we would remove that part. So it would be the property owner shall submit construction plans and obtain all required permits from the city's Building and Safety Division. And I think this is where we wanted to put in the time frame within 6 months or whatever that is, within a year.
I'm just gonna hold on real quick. I'm just gonna say, instead of the Building and Safety Division, I think that's all that it would be, but I just want to make sure that I'm just gonna say all required municipal permits from the city of Redondo must be obtained from the city of Redondo Beach. I don't think there's anything else, but I just want to double, just make sure. And then,
So what's the consequence if an owner doesn't comply? Do you pull the
and that's where I think Lena's saying within. Do we want to say that they have to submit those and obtain all required permits within 6 months? Within,
I think 12 months is reasonable.
12 months.
I think 12 months with how difficult it is to get stuff done. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. So if they didn't, this would come back before you because they would not be meeting the conditions of your approval of their appeal.
And the
No longer
irony
permitted.
is that there's all these, as they showed, the photos of all these other roof structures all over the neighborhood, which obviously have not.
Yeah, we do code enforcement on a complaint based, that's our process. And it's, because we can't go around and just be we'd be issuing probably a lot of we'd be going through this on a lot of different properties and just to try and find every single, trying to seek out violations on property. So our code enforcement, we have 2 people. They also handle, leaf blowers. They handle, hoarding situations. They handle, there's a lot that's going, they work hand in hand with the prosecutor on the illegal cannabis. So, when we have 2 people, we can't just be going out and pursuing these. But if somebody were to submit a complaint on those, then we have to address it. And it goes back to what Lena was saying is we have to look at each one. We don't know if it was something, maybe it is a pre-existing non-conforming. So it's a legal non-conforming. Maybe it got some kind of approval some other way that we're not aware of in some of these circumstances. So, so we can't just assume that because somebody has something that it didn't meet code at the time that it was constructed, and it may have a permit that was issued for it.
Well, one of the really good things about this project is that the Suffners have demonstrated a lot of love from their neighbors and friends to support this project. So it's lovely to see that amount of care and love that the people supporting this project have come to this call, because it's unusual for us to get this many. It's beautiful. It's really beautiful.
So Brandy, that's your completed list?
That's what I have.
My motion stands then with those friendly amendments included. I believe we had a second from Chantel, is that correct?
Yes, you sure did.
Commissioner Hensley, you've got your hand raised though. Do you have something to add?
Yeah, just a question. One question on the time period, Brandy, that you went over before. Is it 12 months to pull permits or 12 months to close out permits? Like be all finished and final sign
to
off?
obtain them. Hold on, let me see what I had. Must be obtained.
Okay.
And then
That's the first thing, right?
That's Yeah, so that wouldn't be, obtain doesn't take as, like, they have to still also then get the inspection and get the closeout and final on it. So
With that, what did we end up putting in section 2?
in section 2, I put 12 months.
Do we want to do 12 and 12?
So vested would be, I don't know, vested might still only be just getting the permit.
Should we just put 24 there out of an abundance of caution? Is that okay?
Oh, no, I think 12 is good.
Okay,
I'm thinking, I was thinking more on the other side.
Yeah, and I'm thinking for the permit, just a pull permit should be 6 months.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then to close out or the decision shall be null and void after
Yeah.
12 months.
I think that's good.
What are the other
I think that mirrors the actual like expiry dates with planning division, like the plan check expiry and the permit expiry. I believe that mirrors it without extensions.
A good catch, Commissioner Hensley.
Then I'm good with that.
Okay. Is it possible, Brandy, can we see the language?
I'm not going to have every single, of the structure apostrophe yes.
Okay.
I'll make sure you get the apostrophe yes.
So let me, share. Okay, guy.
I am very thankful this was the only thing on the agenda.
Okay, so here I started with the structures roof to have the roof attached, structures roof, and then we get down here is the section 1. Can you see that there? And then we've got number 5. Can you see all of them?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Ready? It looked like there was accessory structure in the paragraph above the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So accessory structure, should that be roof there too?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Sean. I had noted 3 positions, one in the title, one in the first paragraph after the title, and then in that section 1.
Okay.
Oh, and also in 1A, look at 1A.
I got that one.
Okay, so there's 4 then total. Yep,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's nice to have the extra set of eyes.
Well, you found that fast.
We have a motion by Commissioner Stretzenberg, seconded by Commissioner Topero, to adopt by title only a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of Redondo Beach, California, upholding an appeal of the Administrative Design Review decision and granting the request for an accessory structures roof attached to the rear elevation of the main home within the rear setback of the rear unit of an existing 2-unit residential condominium development on property located within a low-density multiple-family residential R2 zone at 2015 Spire Lane, Unit B. Did I state that correctly? Okay. Whew. All right. Just to make it clear, this is case. Where's the case number?
I believe it's PC 21-2220. Did you get that? Sure.
PC 21-20. Okay. Commissioner Berg.
Yes.
Commissioner Ung.
Yes.
Commissioner Topero.
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley.
Yes.
Commissioner Stretzenberg.
Yes.
Commissioner Godek.
Yes.
And I will also vote yes. So congratulations. Hopefully we can bring a little peace and stability and move things forward. One thing to note again, this is not the right way for projects to move forward where it's the approvals are granted at the end. Obviously, it's far better to do it at the beginning because, again, going through inspection at the end requires opening up walls and all kinds of things potentially. So it's much more costly to do things this way. Plus, we have a planning department for a reason. So for anyone else watching, please don't go through the planning process this way or the development process this way. You do not want to go through. I'm sure the appellant would tell you how painful this process has been. So, start with our planning department and go through the proper channels, please. But with that, thank you.
And again, kudos to everyone who stayed on the call for this project. It's quite commendable.
Thank you. Commissioner Hensley.
Just a couple of comments, maybe, Chair. So the applicants get to keep their roof, right? So just so they understand what all that language that would happen, and we basically approved your appeal and added some conditions. So I hope that was clear. Yeah, for everyone out there, please get your permits, and you need a permit for everything. So, yeah, and again, I hope your neighbors are sufficiently satisfied. So, best of luck to everyone.
Thank you. That now brings us to items continued from previous agendas. Do we have anything else continued at this time to discuss?
No.
All right. That brings us to items for discussion prior to action. I don't believe we have anything here either. Next up are items from staff.
We do have the update on the projects that were requested in the referral to staff. We could, I know next month's meeting is going to be really consumed with the land use plan presentation and getting your comments and recommendations. So, that could go to the May meeting, or if, we could give very, very brief update now, but I know we're at a late hour. So I'd leave it
Anyone want to do that now or wait till next time?
This was my original motion. I just have kind of two basic questions. Is that okay with everyone? The Galleria project was the one I was interested in. The approval from City Council was January 2019, and my main question was, have they pulled any permits, or if any, and if they haven't, what do they have to do? Like, isn't the City Council approval only good for 36 months? And
no,
what do they have to do? Is it extended because of COVID, or?
The 36 months is for the vesting tentative track map. So they'd have to file that. That's my understanding. So, the approvals are the approvals. It's a CU site that runs with, the property as long as they're continue with that. What they're working on is how they might have to make some adjustments, right? COVID really made an impact on all of those different land uses. So I think they're trying to figure out what do they want to do for their phasing. How do they, maybe adjust for what the future is going to hold for them. So I don't think they want just like, let's move forward and build, this $1 billion project. Rather, let's really reevaluate and see what we want to do for phasing. So that's where they're at. No permits have been pulled, but they could file that map and that's and comply. It's just that if they come back to make any revisions, they would need to do that and get that approval on that vesting map.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, and then the other update I was looking for is just the Legato project, which I can see driving by. They're doing some buildings. I was just wondering, like, obviously they pulled something, and I guess my bigger question there is, like, are they just going to move on through to completion in the normal process, or is there any other?
Yeah, they have they do have an approval for plan check for the mixed use project. They are making some revisions, so we're reviewing those, and it's just more, and it's not revising what's approved. It's revising how they're they're laying that out. And then the hotel, we're really close to getting the approval for the plan check on that. The parking that they're doing on that is lift parking. It required a lot of noise and studies and such that needed to be done. So that's almost approved, but they have a transformer they have to replace for Edison. I think it's a transformer on their property. And they're just waiting for those approvals for Edison on what, how they're constructing that. And that's why everything's piled up, because they have to do that work, and then complete that work, then they can, do the proper grading that they're going to need for the site.
Okay. Yeah, that's really all I was looking for, just kind of where each of those bigger projects were in the process, and I understand. So I'm
that one's definitely moving forward. They've got,
yeah, I can see.
They're moving.
Okay. Yeah, that's all I was looking for. So thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. That brings us to commission items and referrals to staff. Do any commissioners have anything at this point? Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Yeah, maybe Dan, you have an update, or Brandy, on what's our status for Dan and I. Or if we're secure through next month, or
the city clerk acknowledged that she has coordinated with the school district, and that you will be sworn in on I believe it's the 27th of April. And
Yes.
Once you're sworn in, then you're no longer a planning commissioner. But until you're sworn in, you're a planning commissioner. That's what she had confirmed with me in writing. So that's I think you're going to be here in April, unless you choose differently.
Stuck with us for another month.
we've got a pretty big one coming in April. So
Yeah, right,
we're hoping
right.
to stick around and
Yeah.
help with that.
You have the opportunity, from what she had provided to me, information she had provided to me, is that you have the opportunity to be here at the April meeting, because you won't be sworn in as school board members until the 27th of April.
Okay, that was it.
On that note, I want to congratulate both of you.
Thank you.
It's a loss for us, but very exciting for the school district. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I can't get rid of Dan. I keep following him. He was on Rec and Parks, and then I was on Rec and Parks. He came to planning. I came to planning. He may get sworn in first on school board, so I'll be following him.
Alphabetical order. Let's hope.
Congratulations.
Follows the ballot order.
The ballot order, that would work against me. That's true. Thank you. Did anyone else have any other items or referrals for staff? Just had a few quick things here. Brandy, you would know this one. On April 7th, is there a community meeting going to be taking place discussing the land use policy? Do you have any details for that you can give for the public at this point, or do you have to wait?
Yes, we do. We're going to have a community meeing, and thank you for bringing that up. I'm sorry, I'm still trying to get the resolution over to Lena. We have the big topic that we're going to, I mentioned earlier that we're going to be discussing is the land plan. It's the land use plan / map, and how that incorporates into the housing element, because we have a deadline with our housing element. And we're going to have a community meeting on April 7th. I believe that's a 6:30 p.m. start, at least a couple hours. It's going to be more for informational and to get the community's input. But what we're going to be requesting of you is you don't necessarily have to attend it live on the webinar, but you you don't even have to stream it at that moment. But I would request that you come back, that you watch it before we meet on the 15th of April, so that you're prepared you've already got your mind thinking about what are we going to be talking about. So you're not surprised by the topic or having to catch up on what the topic is, because it's going to be a very heady conversation. And it's, really driven by the regional housing needs assessment number we have for our housing, how we have to accommodate housing in our general plan in our housing element. And I'm going to leave it at that, because that in itself is enough information. But April 7th, we will definitely be sending you information in the next week on that we want you to watch for it. Here's some maybe like FAQs in advance, so that we'll be getting that out to you certainly at least a week in advance of the April 7th meeting.
Thank you. And for anyone interested also, I'd recommend, I think it's the December GPAC meeting also covers the topic. So if you want more background material, you can watch that on YouTube.
And that might be, that it's definitely got the information. That might be a little more confusing just because GPAC was reviewing what they had already recommended. And this might just be a more clear, streamlined understanding of where we stand now. But
perfect. Thank you.
If you want to start now, go ahead.
Excellent. One other thing I wanted to raise too is today was SBC COG's annual big presentation. I did see Director Forbes on there and Commissioner Ung at one point. I believe the recordings of that will be available though. So for anyone interested in long-term planning for local city governments, it's a really great format, and because it's virtual and it's all recorded, you can go back and watch them if you're interested. So again, that's the SBC COG, and it's got a lot of very forward-thinking ideas for planning, essentially. So definitely recommend that. If people are interested, you can email me directly. I'm happy to send that, or maybe Director Forbes has recordings available or something like that. But just want to make people aware of that. And that's everything I had.
I just want to add thanks to Seth and Gwen for really stepping out tonight and getting involved. I think your comfort level has gone way up, and appreciated you really jumping into things tonight. That was great. Great.
Thank you. I'm sure they're all like this, right?
I had a lot more than I was thinking, but you guys all said it so much better than me that I was like, all right.
It's collaborative. We're all working together, and that's the great thing about this.
I'd like to ask everybody, I don't have everybody's contact information, and I do have Dan's. So Dan, if everyone's comfortable with him maybe sending Commissioner Ford or Brandy sending out emails and cell phone numbers for everybody. I just don't have contact information.
I would just want to, I think we want to just make sure everybody's comfortable with their information. So Lena, if you can coordinate and just verify that everybody's okay with what is being distributed, just so we make sure we have the email that you're okay with and the phone number that you want people to call you at. Yeah. So Lena will coordinate that with all of you.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you. If there's nothing else, then is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? A motion by Commissioner Godek, seconded by Commissioner Hensley to adjourn. Final roll call vote of the evening. I cannot wait for this to be back in person. Commissioner Berg.
Yes.
Commissioner Ung.
Yes.
Commissioner Topero. Sorry, I didn't hear. Did you say yes?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Commissioner Hensley?
Yes.
Commissioner Strutzenberg?
Yes, and thank you again, staff, for everything you did on this tonight.
Fabulous.
Absolutely.
Big job. Big work.
Thank you. And Commissioner Godek?
Yes.
And I will also vote yes. Thank you, everyone, for your time tonight. It was a long night, but really appreciate everything staff's done and all of the great ideas and questions from commissioners. I think we did some good work here. So thank you, everyone, and have a great night.
Thank you.
Hey, good night.